give us a 10-second indication. Good afternoon. And for the benefit of those watching this afternoon, I'm the Lord Mayor of the City of Coventry, Councillor John McNicholas. And I'd like to welcome you to this live meeting of the City Council. Please be aware that this meeting is being filmed for live or subsequent broadcast via the Council's internet site. We are holding our council meeting at the Coventry Building Society Arena today in order to follow government and City Council guidelines in relation to staying safe and help prevent the spread of COVID-19. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to thank the CBS Arena for hosting us. I would also like to welcome all members back to our first in-person full council meeting since March 2020. It is really good to see you all here, and whilst I look forward to a lively debate, I would like to remind everyone that I will be expecting members to treat each other with courtesy and respect. There will, no doubt, be many members who will wish to speak today. Could I respectfully ask members to stay within the time limits wherever possible? And I think, because of the size of the room, I will ask you to put your hand up so that you can be identified for the roving mic, and actually to help me as well, because I'm finding it difficult to see everybody in the back. So please be patient with me as well. There is an item on the agenda today that has both a public and private report. And I would remind members to ensure that none of the confidential information contained in the private report is disclosed in the public part of the meeting. Thank you. Agenda item 1, apologies for absence. I invite the Chief Executive to read out apologies received.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've received apologies from Councillors Abbott, Ullock, Mix, Moran, Sullivan, Allison, Skinner, and Bush.
I'm sure all members will want to join with me in wishing those councillors unable to join us today all the very best, and I hope Councillor Skinner is well on the mend. And I'm really pleased to be seeing Councillor John Mutton here today. As you know, he's not been very well, so it's great to see you here in person, John. Item 2, agreement of the minutes of the meetings held on the 20th of May and the 22nd of June 21. I call for the agreement of the minutes. Councillor M. Mutton to move.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Councillor G. Lloyd to second.
Formally second, Lord Mayor.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions? The minutes are agreed. Item 3, exclusion of the press and public. Members are requested to agree to exclude the press and public for the item of business identified in the private part of the agenda. I call on Councillor M. Mutton to move agreement.
Formally moved, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Welsh to second.
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. And the press and public will be excluded for the item of business identified in the private part of the agenda. Item 4, Coventry Good Citizen Award. I invite the Honorary Recorder, His Honour Judge Lockhart and Chelsea Giles to join me at the front.
Lord Mayor, Council, We're here to celebrate the Coventry Good Citizen Award for Chelsea Giles, bronze medalist at the Tokyo Olympics. Hers is a real Coventry journey. Born in the city, Jason, her father, sits at the rear of the room. He first took Chelsea, now only 24, to judo from the age of about 7 or 8. She went to watch her brother, but rather than just sitting on the medicine balls, she decided that she would step forward and step up and start her career in judo. She went from strength to strength as a young girl, quickly rising through the ranks of the Coventry Judo Club. She had to decide between judo and gymnastics. Happily, she went to judo. That brought her to an Olympic bronze medal at the age of only 24. So she made her international debut in 2017, a success first, a silver medal at the Antalya Grand Prix, part of the GB team, then in 2018 at the Budapest Grand Prix, and then in Abu Dhabi that year. And she becomes part of the GB team. But then, of course, as she prepares to go to Tokyo, the COVID-19 pandemic strikes, and not wanting to stop training, she, in lockdown, ended up in a house in Warsaw, where she's at university with her training partner Yasmin. They put a couple of mats on the floor, and through lockdown, when we were watching too much Netflix, they were fighting themselves and training hard throughout. She didn't know if they were going to go or not go. Of course, they didn't go, and then had to pick up and train the harder to go for this summer's games. And there she went. And she set the bar high early for others, because she won, the Coventry young woman, the first GB medal at the Games. And she described to me the great feeling of going back into the training room the following day, and for others to clap her, people from all sports, because this young lady, a young lady from our city, won the first medal. It's only really starting for Chelsea. She will bring her sporting profile from this great sporting city with its huge tradition to the Commonwealth Games. She will, we hope, fight in this very building in the Commonwealth Games, and she prepares for Tokyo beyond. She doesn't just do judo, she's doing a business studies degree at Walsall. Lord Mayor, I couldn't commend an unworthy winner of the Coventry Good Citizen Award, and I invite the Lord Mayor to award Chelsea that honour.
On behalf of the City of Coventry, congratulations, Chelsea. An award well deserved. Well done. Before moving on, can I also welcome my predecessor, Councillor Anne Lucas, to the meeting. Again, as you know, she's been very poorly, but it's good to see you here, Anne. I look forward to your contributions this afternoon. Correspondence and announcement of the Lord Mayor. The first item, sadly, is the death of former Lady Mayoress Hazel Gazy. It is with sadness that I announce the death of former Lady Mayoress Hazel Gazy, who passed away on the 7th of August. Hazel was Lady Mayoress alongside former councillor and now honorary alderman John Gazy in 2004-2005. A letter of condolence was sent to John and the family from myself and the leader on behalf of the City Council. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I assume it's appropriate to stand up as the first person to speak in this new arrangement. I'm not entirely sure. But on behalf of the Conservative group, I would just like to put on record our condolences to Honorary Alderman John Gaisley and his family. As you have outlined, Hazel made a fine contribution to this city as Deputy Lady Mayoress and then Lady Mayoress in 2004-05. It's often said that behind every good man is a good woman, and behind every good woman there's usually a few. But in this case, Hazel really was the good woman behind John Gaisley. She was there to support him through those 2 years. She made an incredible contribution to the city and also to the Conservative Party as well. So she will be sorely missed. So on behalf of the Conservative group, we'd like to put on record our condolences to the family. Thank you.
Councillor Duggins.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, I want to echo the words that Gary said in respect to Hazel. I didn't really know Hazel that well, but anybody who undertakes civic duties that Hazel did, and indeed John did, and anybody else that's familiar with that particular role will actually know what it means and what people give to this city. So our condolences on behalf of the Labour group.
Thank you, Councillor Duggins. I'll move on. Item 2, Team GB, Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics. You would have just heard the success of Chelsea Giles, our bronze medalist at the Tokyo Olympics. In addition, I would like to congratulate the whole of Team GB for their fantastic achievement in Tokyo, and a special mention to Kari Adegnan, a former Good Citizen Award winner, on achieving 2 silver medals at the Paralympics. Third item I'd like to raise. On behalf of the City of Coventry, I wish to send our support to the people of New Zealand and wish a speedy recovery to those who were injured in the terror attack on Friday. As a city who promotes peace and reconciliation, and I would add friendship, we are deeply dismayed by this abhorrent attack in New Lynn, West Auckland, and our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and those who witnessed this senseless attack on innocent people. Item 6, petitions. I invite the Chief Executive to read out the petitions. Each member will have 2 minutes to present their petition. After all the petitions have been heard, I will then be seeking Council's agreement to refer the petitions onto the appropriate bodies.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This afternoon we have 13 petitions. The first one is Councillor Abdul Khan, with over 21 signatures. This petition is in opposition to weighting restrictions at the junction of Beresford Avenue, Dunbar Avenue and Church Avenue. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Yeah, the petitioners, in respect to this petition, are seeking the Council's agreement not to create further restrictions on junctions on Beresford Avenue, Dunbar Avenue and Churchill Avenue in Folesville, because some restrictions have already been placed around those streets, and according to the petitioners, the further addition of more restrictions will cause parking problems. I believe the original restrictions which were put in place were put in to protect junctions, and I think these are being proposed for similar reasons, but I think the residents now realise that if they're put in, they'll lose very valuable car parking spaces, and we know both has at least 2 cars. Thank you.
We remain with Councillor Khan, a total of 10 signatures, which relates to a request for a parking permit zone from 673 to 695 Stansted Road. Councillor Khan.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Executive. This is a straightforward petition. Residents of these properties, the petitioners, they want a parking permit zone to be introduced covering those properties to enable them to park their cars when they need to. Thank you. Sorry, yes, thank you.
And we're still with Councillor Cowan, total of 13 signatures. This relates to request for parking permits for residents of Cradman Lane.
Yes, thank you again, Chief Executive. Yeah, this is the same as the previous petition, but for Cradman Lane, this is a road which comes off Stone Stand Road in quite a busy area. Quite a few new shops being created along Stone Stand Road, which is great for the area, but it does cause parking issues. People park, I'm told, on Cradman Lane, go off to shopping and work, and that creates problems for the residents, so they're seeking a scheme which will protect parking on the road for themselves. Thank you.
And the final one with Councillor Cowan with 65 signatures is a request for the council to close the alleyway between 8 and 9 Rocket End to stop antisocial behaviour.
Yes, thank you once again, Chief Executive. This petition relates to an entryway which is within the Pennington Way estate, Pennington Road estate, and this way Rocket End is, and Station Street West. What has happened in previous months, people have been involving themselves in antisocial behaviour. Most recently, a car which was stolen was burned right at the end of Rocket End, which essentially allowed the perpetrators to flee the scene without being apprehended. Residents around Pennington Way, Rocket End, petitioners, they want council to block the alleyway so that it will no longer be used by people who create antisocial behaviour, potentially people who might steal cars and decide to flee through that alleyway. Thank you.
We now move to Councillor Welsh with a total of 19 signatures. This request for the council to sort the problem of vermin infestation and fly tipping at 14 to 15 Hawthorne Close. Councillor Welsh.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Chief Executive. I present this petition on behalf of the residents of Cawthorne Close and surrounding closes. As the petition alludes to it, they want to raise the problem that fly tipping and rubbish collecting in bushes is causing in the area and understand the detrimental effect it's having on their lives. It is causing problems with vermin also, so I'd like this to be referred to the relevant cabinet member just to see what could be done to improve the situation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We now move on to Councillor Nazir with 14 signatures, and this simply relates to a petition of insufficient parking in Peel Street.
Thank you for allowing me to present this petition on behalf of the residents of Peel Street. The residents of Peel Street are currently struggling with parking as this narrow street comprises of terraced homes with no driveways. A tarmac and grass verge was installed on one side of the street in the early 90s, and this takes up considerable space, and the upkeep of these verges has been neglected. As a result, the verges are currently a hotspot for fly tipping. At the end of Peel Street is a dead end. Concrete bollards, as well as a raised floor feature, is currently being used for large gatherings, resulting in antisocial behaviour. The residents feel that this space could be better used for the much-needed parking spaces and would help eradicate the persistent problems of antisocial behaviour and fly tipping. Residents have requested for this petition to be passed on to relevant cabinet members for consideration. Thank you.
We now move on to Councillor Birdie with 67 signatures, and this petition relates to council being asked to investigate the state of pavement and road surface of the entire St Helens Road. Councillor Birdie.
Thank you, my Lord. The residents of St Helens Way in Oldley Village have collectively signed a petition in order to petition Coventry City Council to investigate the state and health of pavements and roads. The St Helens Way over the last half-century had become dyed with potholes and dislocated broken paving slabs, and had become a serious impediment to the flow of the vehicles and pedestrians. Majority of residents are elderly, and they state that the poor quality and state of the pavements make it impossible for them to get around. to the extent some get injured, tripping over the broken dislocated slab on the footpath and carrying it, thus requiring hospital treatment. Residents have also expressed that the road is full of potholes which is deteriorating and getting worse day by day. Recently, elderly gentleman tripped and fell and sustained head injuries. Although he survived the ordeal, he needed an ambulance and hospital treatment. Another elderly lady with back injuries tripped and fell and sustained serious injuries. Virtually every resident, along with those who usually use the disability mobility scooters, are reluctant to use the footways for the fear of getting injured in the road accident. Therefore, my Lord Mayor, in view of the above-inflicted detrimental bodily injuries, concerns expressed by the residents which invariably have serious health and safety adverse effects, the residents of St. Helens have signed a petition to Coventry City Council comprising of 67 signatures. The petition is requesting the City Council for appropriate action for implementing remedial measures to rectify the serious highway problem confronted by the residents. Is both justifiable and necessary. I thank you, my Lord Mayor, for listening and move that the petition be referred to appropriate cabinet member for their consideration.
The next petition is from Councillor Hepburn, which is with 136 signatures. And this petitions the council to ban the licensing of any houses of multi-occupancy in the Laurel Meadows estate, covering the Laurel Meadows, the Arboretum, Rustic Grove, Cassandra Close, Popular Court, and Heritage Court. That's with Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I speak here on behalf of the Laurel Meadow residents who they have asked the council, petitioned the council to ban the licensing of any HMOs in Laurel Meadow estates. And the reason for that is that they've seen over the last 10 years, Coventry has had an explosion of number of properties being turned from family houses into houses in multiple occupation. Neighbours in Laurel Meadow Estate have seen how communities being destroyed by the council lack of appropriate planning policies, and say that they want to avoid more family homes from being turned into houses in multiple occupation, such as Cannon Park Estate. Currently in Coventry, there is no restriction to turn a whole area into HMO. This is a serious matter that the residents would like you to take up on, as if there is no action taken, it would be a devastating consequences for our city. So the residents are asking for the Memorial Estate to have no ban to HMOs, please. Thank you.
We now move on to Councillor Singh with 160 signatures relating to Stop the Bin Cycleway, Lincoln Crescent Lane, exits only. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, we have a petition from the residents of the Lowestoft. They asked the council to reconsider the Milne Cycleway path, a specific proposal for the Pickering Howe Crescent Junction, as this will negatively impact on the residents. Current members are opposing the blocking of vehicular access to Pickering Howe Crescent for institution and business, as this will have a negative impact on this area. I want this petition to go to the appropriate cabinet member so the voice of the Lowestoft residents can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next petition is Councillor Tarek Khan with 34 signatures. We, the residents of Spindle Street and Threadneedle Street, strongly object to the planning permission of 9 flats at 14 Spindle Street. Councillor Tarek.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Chief Executive. I present this petition on behalf of the residents of Spindle Street and Threadneedle Street. Spindle Street and Threadneedle Street is a very small and quiet cul-de-sac comprising of about 11 houses. Most of the residents are elderly here. There is very limited parking space available, and residents already have serious problems with their parking. The planning application is seeking permission for the conversion of 14 Spindle Street, which is a 3-bedroom property, to 9 flats, is strongly opposed and is wholly unreasonable. It will be a detriment to all residents, and it will cause massive parking problems for all residents there, as well as overcrowding and congestion. The residents hope that the planning department have taken note of their objections and that they take appropriate action and do not allow the application to proceed. Thank you.
The next petition is with Councillor Lancaster with 43 signatures. A request that the grass verge on Park Avenue to be tarmacked due to inadequate repairs to the verges and outstanding problems not being resolved. Councillor Lancaster.
Thank you, Chief Executive. The residents in Park Avenue have been long waiting for some action regarding their verges. They're made of breeding gravel, and every year they fill up with water and everybody has a small pond outside their house. The strength of feeling is such that every resident in this small cul-de-sac has signed this petition, and the issue with the verges is made worse given that Park Avenue is situated in the centre of Holbrooks, right next to a very busy shopping centre, and is used by people who go to the shops, and there's a constant churn of traffic. So I would ask that this be reviewed, the decision to replace these verges be reconsidered by the Cabinet Member for Highways. Thank you.
For the next petition, we're back with Councillor Heaven with 79 signatures. This relates to a petition to save the tree at the corner of Beanfield Avenue and Medland Avenue. Councillor Heaven.
Thank you. Yes, this petition is asking the council to abandon its plan to remove the tree in Beanfield Avenue. As you may see from the number of residents that have signed the petition, the retention of tree is very important both for the environment and the street scene of Beanfield Avenue. I understand the tree has been there for over 85 years, longer than the number of houses on the road. All options need to be considered to save the tree, to remove a mature tree that has been there for so many years. So the other issue that has been raised, that this tree in Beanfield Avenue usually gets pruned every 5 years, and now this has been long overdue, so this needs to be looked up onto. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
And the final petition this afternoon, Lord Mayor, is with Councillor Bigham with 53 signatures, and this relates to an objection to the planning application related to 22 Rose Green Lane. So Councillor Bigham.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, my petitioners have very great doubts about this plan to replace a 3-bedroom bungalow with a 7-bedroom house. They've read the plan, and the narrative of the plan describes a 2-storey building. The drawings of the plan are in fact a 3-storey building, which will overlook them, be totally out of place in the area where it is, and may cause severe parking problems where parking problems exist already. They ask that this plan go before the planning committee and that their petition be heard there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is it agreed to refer the petitions now presented to the appropriate council bodies? That's carried. Item 7, declarations of interest. I call on the monitoring officer to speak.
Are there any more declarations?
I hear none. Item 8, scrutiny annual report 2020-21 from the Scrutiny Coordination Committee, 30th of June 2021. I invite Councillor N. Akhtar to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This report is a good overview of the activities that all Scrutiny Board have been doing during the last 12 months. Lord Mayor, like other council functions, scrutiny has been affected by the pandemic. It is highlighted in the report all scrutiny activities were paused until September last year. Councillor Brown, along with the member of scrutiny, led the way to find a new way of working under the very unusual circumstances. The scrutiny team, Eric West, Jenny Hong, Vicky Cassidy, and officers from government services have provided all the support we need to fulfill our duties. Lord Mayor, as I said at the beginning, the report covered the main activities of the government scrutiny, so therefore I'm not going to repeat it.
Lord Mayor, under these challenging circumstances, on behalf of the Chair of the Scrutiny Board and the Member of Scrutiny, I would like to reassure the Council and the people of Coventry that we will do whatever possible to ensure that Scrutiny will continue to play its role by holding the Executive to account and making the recommendation to Cabinet and the Council. Lord Mayor, due to the national lockdown, our young people have lost a good proportion of their education. We will ensure that all available resources are used to provide support to those who need it the most. We will ensure that resources are being used wisely to support people who are suffering with mental health. My colleagues, Councillor Bigham has set up a task and finish group to look into the issue of fly tipping and littering in the city. The leader and the deputy leader are very keen to address the ever-increasing illegal encampment in our city. Scrutiny will keep a close eye on it and will provide a positive input in formulating a local policy. Lord Mayor, we will ensure that the City of Culture Trust engage with the communities and encourage them to participate in cultural events so it brings all the communities together. Scrutiny will also be receiving regular updates on climate change and improvement of poor air quality in our city. Lord Mayor, I'm pleased to move before the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar. I invite Councillor Emma Ali to second the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I read the report, it's very excellent, and also I've just heard the speech of Councillor Naeem Akhtar, who's the Chair of Scrutiny. I'm also the Deputy, and the last couple of months I can see how hard work is involved in this committee itself. So yes, I formally second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any speakers? I see none. Councillor Akhtar, do you wish to make any further comment?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. I now call for a vote. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Any abstentions? That is carried. Item 9, Revenue and Capital Outcomes 2020-21. From the Cabinet Report on the 13th of July 2021, I invite Councillor Brown to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Maybe the first thing to say is to state the obvious, in that the financial year, April 2020 to March 2021, has been like no other. COVID has devastated our social lives, changed the way we think about ourselves, and worse, brought about the loss of loved ones. In the context of council finances, huge extra pressure has been loaded onto this authority, which is still reeling from 10 years of continuous austerity. Let's not forget the £120 million less we had to spend last year compared to 2010. The cumulative money stripped away from this council over the last 10 years measures in the hundreds of millions more. We are not alone in this, as recent research highlights that councils in England, Wales and Scotland are grappling with total budget gaps around the £3 billion mark for next year, 22-23. Newcastle, 94 million, Hampshire, 66 million, among the worst. Truly horrendous numbers. Over the last few years, 3 councils have actually gone bust, and there are about another 10 who are getting nervously ever closer to the edge. In Coventry, the financial impact of COVID has been estimated at 31 million. And although extra funding from Whitehall has been welcome, it has fallen short of the whatever it takes promise. In 2021, we had to find an extra 2.2 million from our own pockets just to cover COVID pressures. And as yet, no relief has been offered to offset forecast losses in business rates and council tax income. Despite all this, at this council, we have eked out an underspend of 9.2 million and driven through a huge capital programme of 194.2 million pounds. How have we done this? Well, it's no accident. We have made some tough and bold choices over the last few years, and that, combined with an ingrained ethos to robustly control every pound we spend and forecast prudently, has got us into this position. One that is the envy of a lot of other local authorities. It has been a remarkable team effort by everyone at the council, led by this Labour group. However, there's always a however. This good news is heavily restrained by the fact that COVID resources offered by the government are slowly coming to an end, and at some point will end completely. Therefore, we must marshal our resources very carefully as COVID impacts continue, and I anticipate a tight funding offer next year. There is talk of a multi-year deal, way overdue after the sticking plaster deals of the last few years, but I do not hold much hope that the deal will be a generous one as Boris and co continue to level down. This council is a member of the, bit of a mouthful this, the Special Interest Group of Municipal Authorities, or SIGOMA for short. And as a member, data is shared to allow us to build up a bigger picture. The shortfalls faced by councils varies, but on average, councils are facing a multi-million-pound financial hole, made even more devastating when piled on top of the cuts already imposed by 10 years of austerity. Let me remind colleagues that a shortfall in 1 year is bad enough. But unless the government gets real, councils will face the same problem compounded year after year. Patching the roof only gets you so far. If you don't fix it, sooner or later it will come crashing down. It is within this context that we are making the 9.2 million underspend a contribution to reserves, as we know full well that there are serious challenges ahead in the numbers of looked after children, car park income, business rates, and property rental income. Taking out the obvious distortion to our reserves from COVID business rate reliefs, the council is placed mid-table in the most recent CIPFA Resilience Index. I also remind colleagues that we are trying to balance the numbers for 22-23 with an existing shortfall of 17 million. So, in summary, we have done a remarkable job in the face of unprecedented challenge to balance the books in 2021 and drive through one of the largest capital programmes in recent history. However, we must not and will not take a foot off the gas. This Labour-led council will continue to robustly manage and prudently forecast in order to get the people of Coventry the services they richly deserve.
Lord Mayor, I move this item. Thank you, Councillor Brown. I invite Councillor Singh to second the recommendations.
Formally seconding, and this is the electricity.
Thank you very much. Are there any speakers? I see none. Councillor Brown, do you wish to add any further comments? Beg your pardon. Councillor Singh, would you like to make any comment? Okay. Councillor Brown?
No.
Thank you very much. I now call for a vote on the recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? I'm going to have to take it that the Conservative group are abstaining. I'll pick up on it. Didn't see any hands. Okay, thank you very much. So that's unanimous then, thank you very much. Item 10, Audit and Procurement, Annual Report 2020-21. From the Audit and Procurement Committee on the 26th of July 2021, I invite Councillor Lacker to move the recommendations.
Lord Mayor, last year I mentioned about the work of audit is an independent, objective assurance consulting actively designed to add value and improve operations. Although the objective is the same, but the way of working has changed because of two main reasons. One, obviously, pandemic. The other, the review of the audit system by Sir Tony Redmond and the recommendations from that review, which were discussed by Audit and Procurement Committee. On the back of that review, on 1st of April 2020, the National Audit Office introduced new code of audit practices, which come into effect during the year 2021, with the revised approach of the audit of value for money, which relates to key criteria about financial stability. The governance and improvement in economy, efficiency and effectiveness, which means more extensive approach. Lord Mayor, we know the impact of pandemic during the whole year and how the emergency process for various government grants had to be delivered in fast speed, and Council had to adopt new approach to deal with this new sets of working practices, which are mentioned in the report in section 1.1 and 1.2, along with 1.3. That means the auditors had to adopt new ways of working to manage the speed and to oversee the new process. I thank Chief Auditor Karen Tyler and Finance Manager Paul Jennings for moving with the speed to catch up with the new processes, and also tolerating my interruptions on times when they are probably very busy and I want to get involved with the things. I also thank the external auditors for being patient with all the new code of audit and to look over the governance of the council linked companies apart from the issue of property valuation. This led to some extra work and efforts to address the issue which is mentioned in section 1.4 in the report. Apart from these core issues, important reports about fraud and error in section 1.5, procurement in section 1.6, and the council's delegated responsibility for approving salaries and severance package for the council employees in section 1.7, and other issues such as social care ombudsman complaints, new issues like COVID pandemic new risk register, which was on the board. We had the auditors had to work on it, and some other responsibilities of the city council are reported in section 1.8, all dealt with adequately in my report. I thank the Deputy Chair, Councillor Bali Singh, and other members of Audit and Procurement Committee, Councillor Maya Ali, Councillor John Blendow, Councillor Tim Soden, Councillor Rupinder Singh, and I also thank the substitute members, Councillor Roger Daly and the former Councillor Roy Sali. During this current year, I also take the opportunity to thank new members, Councillor Gurdev Singh here, and new substitute member, Councillor Angela Hopkins. I thank the Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources, Councillor Richard Brown, for his contributions. More importantly, I thank the leader of the City Council, Councillor George Duggins, for readiness to listen and whenever needed, and supporting me to work with independent mind. While doing so, today I present this annual report to the Council for 2020-21 to the Council. Thank you for listening and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lacker. I invite Councillor M. Ali to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I agree with Councillor Ramlakar, all members and officers have worked extremely hard, especially in the wake of pandemic, to meet all the timescales and the annual reports. I formally second the move.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Are there any speakers? I see none. Councillor Lacker, do you wish to make any further comment? Thank you very much. I now call for a vote on the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Abstentions? That is carried. Restructuring Coventry City Council subsidiaries, item 11 from the Council, from the Cabinet, 31st of August 21. I invite Councillor Dudley to move the recommendations.
Lord Mayor, moving this report, firstly, can I thank Parmi Madhan, Programme Manager Finance, and Gurbinder Singh Sangha, Corporate and Commercial Lead Lawyer in particular, in respect to the work that they have put in what is paradoxically a straightforward report, but there are many complexities which have been navigated to enable us to put these proposals together today. Can I also thank colleagues on the Scrutiny Coordinating Committee, arising out of an excellent meeting on the 26th of August. The suggestion was made that the slides that were presented to that meeting and a briefing note on technical exemption be made available to all members of the Council in advance of this meeting. Lord Mayor, this is about governance. It relates to wholly owned companies and our joint ventures, and they are listed in 1.1 of the report on page 129 of this afternoon's Council pack for those who are listening from outside. The national picture is outlined again in 1.3, also on page 129, and that results from Grant Thornton's report, reports in public interest, where mention was made of structures and governance of local authority owned trading companies. The report refers to Nottingham City Council and the London Borough of Croydon in particular. Whilst I believe that we need to examine our existing governance structures, I do not believe for 1 minute that we are in the same situation as those two authorities. Lord Mayor, I now wish to turn to the proposed governance structure, and that is contained on figure 1 of this report, which is on page 126 of this afternoon's pack. Well, Mayor, what I wanted to do is to outline the 4 categories of decision making that involve in respect to what is called the whole code group. Firstly, the trading company board matters is the day-to-day operational decisions which shall be the responsibility of the board of directors of the relevant trading company, for example, Tom White Waste or Coombe Abbey Park Limited. Second, the whole code board matters, and that is a decision relating to the oversight and management of the group, which are delegated by the council to the board of directors of Holdco. Thirdly, the shareholders committee matters, key decisions which are reserved to be made by the council acting via a shareholders committee, the membership of which will include all members of the cabinet. And finally, there is the council matter decisions, which are reserved to be made by council via full council, and which will include scrutiny, especially scrutiny coordination committee and audit committee, which means, colleagues, all council members will be involved in this process. The financial advantages include tax benefits for the companies in the group, achieved by the transfer of tax losses and allowed for redistribution in entities within the group, reducing the tax burden on those companies and ensure that the City Council can take advantage of procurement exemptions allowed for wholly owned companies. Colleagues, this governance structure bears a myth that we as a council are running companies, that we have no specialist knowledge of how to do this on a day-to-day basis. Nothing could be further from the truth. And whilst true, this is about governance, let me also make it clear that if portfolio opportunities present themselves, we will take those further opportunities on the basis of price and the basis of the business case, which would make sense. Colleagues, one further issue, and I want to draw colleagues' attention to, and that is on page 131 of the report, which is item 2.11, and that is in respect to North Coventry Holdings, which was established in January 2004. At present, North Coventry Holdings holds sale proceeds for the council's share in the Arena Coventry Limited. It is intended that the sale proceeds will be extracted from North Holdings Coventry, and this company will then be dissolved, as there will be no value in retaining it. Lord Mayor, I move this report.
Thank you, Councillor Duggins. I invite Councillor A.S. Cowan to second.
1 second, Lord Mayor. Yeah, formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I've been notified Councillors Lapser, Mayo, the Poidovan and Ridley will wish to speak. If there are any other speakers, please indicate. Okay? Councillor Mayo.
The last time I held one of these, I sung Suspicious Minds.
No, you're not going to best of the song.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Conservative Group position on Coventry City Council dabbling in the market is clear and a matter of public record. When the private sector chooses not to invest in a project, it is usually a good signal to avoid that project. This is not a mantra that Coventry City Council particularly chooses to follow. Lord Mayor, Coventry City Council has a mishmash collection of arm's-length commercial investments and joint ventures, some that are profitable and some that are not. Today's proposals seek to bring a somewhat unique collection of wholly owned companies under the control of a holding company. Lord Mayor, the Conservative Group has many questions about the proposals here today, but perhaps two issues raise the most concern. Firstly, the inclusion of elected members on the shareholder committee. Lord Mayor, a quick glance over at the members opposite is all I need to do to highlight this concern. Where is the private sector experience? Lord Mayor, this council cannot even deliver refuse collection services in this city. We are forced to ask, is this just jobs for the boys and girls? Secondly, Lord Mayor, will this holding company be used to hide investment failures by the members opposite? With all the will in the world, Coombe Abbey will not return the money already invested in it over the coming decade. We can only hope for the best for Tom White Waste in light of the council's refuse collection failings. Lord Mayor, when an investment fails, this new holding company must be capable of acknowledging failure and taking the appropriate action. It must not be used to cover up the political bunglings of the members opposite. However, Lord Mayor, we have to accept that we are where we are. Coventry City Council must manage its assets effectively and efficiently, particularly in regard to taxation. On this point, a credible opposition must support these proposals here today, but with significant reservation, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayo. Are there any other speakers? I see none. Councillor Duggins. Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Button. Sorry. It's age.
I know how you're feeling, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I had no intention of coming in on this debate, but following the absolute claptrap I've just had to listen to, I felt I've got to When will the Conservatives ever acknowledge success? I can remember a budget meeting some years ago where they wanted to sell off our shares in Birmingham Airport. They didn't believe that a local authority should be involved. Never mind the millions of pounds of dividend that this council has been able to achieve through Birmingham Airport. They also spoke about divesting ourselves of the waste reduction unit, totally ignoring the millions of pounds of dividends this council has benefited from to help provide the services that they move petitions on, where they want us to spend money, but they don't want us to bring money in, in order to provide those services. I think they should really take seriously, what this council has done over the last 10 or 11 years since we've had the Tory government. This council, under a Labour administration, has managed to continue to provide services that would not have happened if we hadn't have had the wisdom and the support of our officers to invest in other sections to bring additional revenue into the council. The Cabinet Member for Finance has already spoken about the £120 million their government that they support has stolen from this city. How do they think services would be provided if we didn't invest in external organisations and bring money in? I will certainly be supporting the leader's recommendations on this, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
I see no other questions.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too wasn't going to speak on this item, but I think there are one or two comments there that just need to be addressed. I mean, it's all well and good talking about Birmingham Airport and waste incinerators and God knows what, Lord Mayor, but the reality is what we're talking about in front of us is things like Coombe Abbey and Tom White Waste. Now, we were promised a few years ago that Coombe Abbey was going to return 10% a year. You wouldn't get that in a casino, apparently, according to Councillor O'Boyle. Well, you wouldn't get it in the super casino that was promised over there anyway, but that's a different matter, because it's not there. And that's another example of something which the council went off on half-cocked, thinking that we were going to have this great, wonderful asset, but probably we'll leave that one there for now. If you look at Coombe over the last few years, Lord Mayor, the value of the shares has gone down from 10 million something to 7 million something. Over the last 3 or 4 years, over the last 2 or 3 years, sorry, that's 1 year in which that value has fallen. We've had a bailout last year, which the council actually tried to do in secret, if you remember, through emergency powers, Lord Mayor. That wasn't going to come out into the public domain unless we'd actually addressed it. The purchase of Coombe Abbey was going to be done in secret, but somebody leaked it. Why is it, Lord Mayor, if these are such great business deals, such great propositions to put forward for the people of Coventry, that these things are always done in secret? We've also been told over the years that Coombe Abbey is a historic asset for this city that we've got a duty to protect. Which is it? Is it a historic asset that we're running for the people of Coventry, or is it there solely to generate money? Because I assure you, colleagues, when it comes down to it, those two things are mutually exclusive. You do not fall in love with your investments. It is a huge mistake to do so. And sadly, Lord Mayor, it is one which this council appears to have made. Now, as my colleague has set out, we will support this report today because it is vital that we have the benefits that come with a tax-efficient system. But we will be watching you guys like a hawk to make sure that you are not using one company to cover up the failings of another. It is absolutely the role of this opposition to hold you to account. And that is what we will do today. A responsible opposition will back this report, but we will also hold you to account. And rest assured, we will make the people of Coventry fully aware if and when you have any more failings. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whitley. Councillor O'Boyle. People normally take the jacket off.
I just wanted to, Lord Mayor, just correct a couple of inaccuracies that have just been spoken about. By the way, just following on from my colleague John Button's remarks, of course, the Tories, when they were in power back in the 70s, did invest in the NEC, and I know that Birmingham City Council did very nicely out of that when they sold it, and that shows the vision of the Conservatives going back, and I don't think anything has really changed. But, I mean, just a couple of things. I mean, my colleague Councillor Brown mentioned about the impact that COVID has had, not just on the council, but actually the impact it's had on the economy, and in particular on the hospitality sector. And it's true to say that Combe Abbey, just like every other single hotel up and down the country, have seen their revenue slashed. And by definition, for those over there in the Conservative benches who claim to have all this knowledge about business, must understand surely that when your revenues go down, your values go down, therefore your share price goes down. That's just normal. That's obvious. And the one thing we have seen, and we are starting to see, Combe Abbey's bookings are coming in extremely quickly now. They start to really show a massive bounce back because of the quality of the offer there. It's quite unique in its offer in this area, and we are very confident, and that is why I'm sure that's why you're voting for it, because you're also confident because that it will actually start to show returns. And in fact, in the first year of its trading, after the deal to actually buy it, it did bring in significant revenue to the local authority. And it's only because of COVID that we have found that those revenues have reduced. But we are very confident that they will bounce back, because if you're not confident they're going to bounce back, then all I can say to your colleagues is you're not confident that your government are making the right decisions to get the economy back on track, and that will be bad for everybody. But we're confident the work that we're doing, that we'll actually see a return in that. And by the way, just because they always pick on Combe Abbey for some strange reason, I don't know what it is, I don't know whether or not they tried to have a wedding there and they got turned down or something. But one thing I do know is that they don't mention the fact that, of course, one of our joint ventures, of course, is the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre. Again, that is a great investment. That will see massive returns, not necessarily immediately for the local authority, but in terms of the decisions that we're taking and the vision that we're showing to actually start to bring business and economic uplift and investment into our city. That is something that we are very, very proud of, and something that we have put our money where our mouth is. We've took really hard decisions on that, and I can tell you that is what ultimately we're all here to do our best for the citizens of Coventry, and our record speaks for itself. That's why we have to take up all these tables over here, and that's why you're just crammed up in the corner with just a few. You're keeping yourselves company. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I see no other speakers. Councillor Duggins, would you close the debate, please?
Yeah, I mean, the contributions from Jim and John have been first class, and I'm not going to replicate them. But this council will get by without credible opposition, as we have for the last, I think, 10, 15 years, and I don't think we really worry about that. We will get by, Pete, don't worry about that. Pete actually said there were many questions that were not answered. Colleagues, how many opportunities did they want? You know, both groups, as I understand it, have actually had reports on this, have been briefed on this. You know, there are members of the opposition who are on a scrutiny coordinating committee. There are members of the opposition who sit on cabinet. And of course today, and they've had weeks and weeks to have ironed out all of the questions so that they can feel comfortable with what we are proposing. I would back this cabinet rather than, I don't know what the cabinet is or what the composition is. I'd certainly back this cabinet to deliver and ensure that this report and this structure actually works, rather than the opposition. Colleagues, the one thing that slightly offends me, I don't get offended very much and very easily, but what I won't have is any suggestion that we hide anything. We don't. We didn't. You can't. You cannot buy somewhere like Coombe Abbey and not make it clear to everybody what you're doing. You just can't do it. You can't suddenly acquire Coombe Abbey by serendipity. It just doesn't happen. We were open. And again, colleagues, in respect to the purchase of Coombe Abbey, again, the opposition were briefed on that, about those proposals. And colleagues, if it weren't through COVID, let's be quite honest about it, if it weren't through COVID, Coombe Abbey, with all the investments that have been made, and with the variety of features that are there, would be chugging along very nicely. And it'll be interesting to see whether the Conservative group, in their budget, actually talk about the divesting of Coombe Abbey. That'll be interesting to see whether they actually do that, and what they actually believe that they would get out of it. But the one thing that you wouldn't do, colleagues, at this moment in time, is actually sell an asset like Coombe Abbey. You wouldn't do it. Now that's the party over there, the party of business, so-called. Goodness help us.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Duggins. Right, I now call for a vote on the recommendations. All those in favour? Aye. Any against? Abstentions? That is unanimous. Item 12. Skills National Funding Formula Consultation Response. I invite Councillor Kidney Sandu to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's with a heavy heart that I'm speaking on this item today. You see, the Department for Education is consulting on further reforms to the national funding formula. This is what determines what funding is allocated to local authorities and to schools. And just to comment about transparency, they snuck in this consultation in July just as schools broke up for summer holidays. So what does that say? I just want to spend a bit of time giving some contextualisation to the situation that we find ourselves in. According to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, their analysis, total spending per pupil in England was just over 6,500 in real terms, compared with a high point of 7,200 in 2009-10. I'd just like to remind colleagues that it was a Labour PM, Gordon Brown, who raised state school funding by 20% to achieve the £7,200 per pupil. So clearly, austerity isn't over. And also, let's not forget that the Education Policy Institute have asked the government to fund £13.5 billion into our children's education to reverse the harm and disruption that's been done to their education due to the pandemic. So what does the government do? They respond with a measly £1.4 billion, and that's over 3 years. No wonder Sir Kevin Collins resigned, for the sake of the integrity of his recommendation and for his own moral judgment. Lord Mayor, I put it to you that what is in this consultation is really about reducing local authorities' funding and abilities to work strategically and effectively with schools. It seeks to cut out local authorities by proposing a so-called hard NFF, a model where the funding goes directly to schools and not the local authority. Now, some in this room may relish the thought and use phrases like cutting red tape or reducing bureaucracy. These claims often hide or counter the reality of the crucial role and the benefits that local authorities play in the support to schools and ultimately to the education of our city's children. We know what this is really about. It's about pushing forward the government's agenda of academising all schools, regardless of what's in the best interests of children. Let's not forget it's head teachers, parents and other professionals who know more about this than anyone else. So Coventry City Council disagrees with the proposals because we have local knowledge and we understand the context of what's required in our city. And so that overview puts us in the best position to allocate funding effectively for schools in our city. And that's the key word, effectively, and not central government. So how many councillors, for example, receive concerns about schools from parents and carers? They come to us as councillors, the local authority. We're the ones who look at joining up services and not cause silos, what the government is proposing in this proposal. The local authority uses gross funding to fund the expansion of school places and help schools meet class size regulations. But again, what's the government doing in this proposal? It's suggesting to make this part of the national funding formula, so in essence, using a standard criteria for growth, which in effect means that local authorities will not be able to work with schools to agree on expansions, and so hampering local authorities' ability to meet our statutory duty to deliver sufficient places. It's also proposing to penalise schools if they choose not to be an academy. So if the school is popular, its pupil numbers are rising, they won't get any funding if they're not an academy. Indeed, we've pointed out how discriminatory this could be. How is this levelling up? Thank you. The government want to create more division between schools and local authority, a further fragmentation of the education system. We have worked really hard with schools in our city, and I'm proud to say we have a successful partnership. That is the envy of other local authorities, and that's been in spite of and not because of the government. Furthermore, the proposal doesn't even cover all that's relevant to schools and children's education. The proposal even acknowledges that it's omitted SEND provision and that further consultation will follow to the long overdue SEND review. So we have a proposal that discusses things in isolation rather than have an integrated approach. And where have we seen this scenario before? Ah yes, health and social care. I was reading an article in the FT, not known for its great socialist news articles, I have to say. They cite that the recovery package proposed by the government for children is just £50, that's £50 per year extra per pupil. And that's equivalent to an extra hour of tutoring per term per child. How is that building back better? We know the pandemic has resulted in many children falling behind, 18 months even before the pandemic began. We know that these cuts to benefits through austerity have hit the poorest the hardest. But again, I refer to the FT that says vulnerable students have experienced losses of between 4 to 6 months, and that's an average. So the government likes to talk about the economy, they like to talk about our NHS, our standing in the world when it comes to research, for example. But I ask you, how is the government going to ensure that we have a workforce fit for purpose for a global world to face challenges like the climate emergency and Brexit when it's instilling more inequity in our school system? The council isn't afraid to call out the government's rhetoric for what it is, just rhetoric. This council isn't afraid to stand up to the government and say that our children's education is a key and top priority. Labour had a proud slogan which was at the heart of our approach to children's learning, and that was education, education, education. This government slogan is about impoverish, impoverish, impoverish. That's why I'm urging all in this chamber today to approve the local authorities' response to the national funding formula consultation. Thank you.
I invite Councillor Innes to second the recommendation.
I formally second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Blundell and Councillor Brown indicating that they wish to speak. If anybody else wishes to speak, please let me know. Councillor Blundell?
Yes, sir, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting listening to Councillor Sandhu, but I have to remind her that this is a consultation and this is a Coventry response. Now, we in the Conservative group will be supporting the Coventry response, but I want to just say a few words about what she said. And I think, first of all, about the Academy programme. The Academy programme, which was started under the Brown-Blair government of about 200 academies, has now expanded to 7,000 academies. Undoubtedly, the Academy programme is a success, and I don't think anybody would deny that. It's all about schools managing their own resources and being able to support one another in the multi-academy trusts. And I think that we ought to be acknowledging that. The education is extremely important to the Conservative Party, but I do believe that they found a pedagogy, they found an educational system which at last is a way forward. And I would have to say, I doubt it very much indeed if any incoming Labour administration would actually reverse the Academy programme that has been so successfully started by the Brown-Blair government and now continued under the Conservative administration. So we will be supporting, because this is a Coventry response. Coventry is probably a unique authority, or very unique in that how well it gets on with its schools. There are plenty of other authorities where the schools and the authorities don't match up to the Coventry model. So I think it's important. We'll have to wait and see what happens eventually when all the consultation responses are in. But we will be supporting that. But I just wanted to say those few words and really to sort of endorse the Academy programme, which I believe is the way forward for education and the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blundell. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm the first to admit that I find the challenge of trying to understand the technicalities of how schools are funded a real hard nut to crack. However, as I read this report, the direction of travel is absolutely clear, and I have to say this is one of the most disturbing documents I have ever seen. In essence, it is the wish of Tory hardliners to drive through total privatisation of our schools at any cost. Even if this means depriving good and excellent maintained schools of funding to force them down the academy route. This is not for the sake of our children, as from the view of school improvement, there is no evidence base whatsoever that shows academies perform better than maintained schools. And why do this? Especially at a time when all schools are fighting incredibly hard to help pupils catch up from the challenges of COVID. The answer is simply to pursue their hard-line, dogmatic obsession with privatisation. And so what if our children suffer? Let's give more money to an academy that has popular growth, more money than a maintained school with the same growth. Let's stop tackling SEND in a wider, joined up and sensible way and just deal with the issue of growing high-needs children in isolation. Let's break up the amazing partnership working among schools here in Coventry that has really shown its value during COVID. Let's get rid of the dedicated schools grant completely and just shove it into the wider annual local government settlement. That way, of course, it's less transparent when we cut the funding. When we've done all these things, people will see that privatisation is better. Job done. Children might suffer, but then we can blame it all on local government. They are trying the same tactics to privatise the NHS, but they see that as a harder nut to crack. It is dangerous, divisive, and privatisation gone mad. It is playing politics of the worst kind because it will allow innocent children to suffer at the expense of their dogma. I urge every elected member in this room to endorse this consultation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I see no further speakers. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry, Jamie. Well, I'll come back to you. There are no further speakers. You reserve the right. Okay. I see no other speakers, so Councillor Innes, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just doing a bit of semaphore at the back there to grab your attention, so thank you very much. Right, I have a few points that I'd like to make in support of Councillor Dr. Sandhu's excellent speech a moment ago, but also actually to answer some points that have been made by the opposition. Kindy points out that children are going to have an extra £50 per child per term to help them recover, to help their education recover from the disturbance of COVID. Many of them have been taught from the kitchen table while parents or a parent was having to work at the same time. Many moons ago, I was a primary school teacher, but most parents are not. We have parents who are working literally on the kitchen table trying to help their children with long divisions and other things that they are just not comfortable with teaching them. To suggest that £50 a month is going to be enough to get these children back, caught up to where they would have been if this pandemic had never happened, is just complete and utter rubbish. There's a pattern emerging here. Today, we've heard that the government is going to pause the triple lock on pensions. We've also heard there's going to be a 1.25% increase on national insurance. These things both hit the poorest in Britain hardest. We are seeing and witnessing a widening in the gap between rich and poor that is frankly horrific. Far from levelling up, we are creating an underclass which children are not going to be able to climb out of. This government should be ashamed of itself, and we have a media that is not properly reporting the full depth of the catastrophe that faces Britain. Coventry City Council has lost £500 million upwards since 2010 in funding for the services that we provide. Not only do I wholly support the response that Kindy and the team of officers behind her has sent to government, I think that each and every member, despite, irrespective of which party you happen to represent, should be hammering on the doors of government and saying our children deserve better, because they do. Whoever is in government, we must always have a mantra of education, education, education. We need to do more to level the gap in the playing field that children, and the lives that children can actually, the futures that they can attain, no matter what their parents and the families that they're born into. So, once again, I just endorse what Kindy said, and I think as a council, we all need to be concentrating on what we need to do to make our children's lives better.
Thank you, Councillor Sadler. I invite you to close the debate. we remind members that while supplementary questions are permitted, they should be focused. 15.1. Written questions. The answer booklet has been circulated and is available to view online. Question 1 is submitted to the Cabinet Member for City Services, Councillor Heatherton, by supplementary oral questions. Councillor Blundell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet Member for her response? However, I note within the response that it says that 47, the granting exemptions, I believe, 47 were for new connections, and these are exempt from Section 58 agreements. So can I ask you to review the situation as a matter of urgency in Beanfield Avenue, as I truly believe that fulfills the criteria of a new connection. It's a new internet connection. And I'm the Cabinet Member that I did write to us some months ago regarding the Section 58 agreement, and this is because it doesn't expire until July 2022, and in the meantime there's a number of people in that area that are quite frankly not being able to use their computers, etc., because they're struggling with the broadband connection. And if that Section 58 was lifted, then I understand Virgin Media could go in. So can I ask you as a matter of urgency?
Thank you very much. I've noticed that Councillors Lepoidvan, Lapser and Simpson are expected to ask questions. Councillor Lepoidvan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for his answer. Quite clearly, there has been a significant cost to the Council over a 2-year period. A total of £153,499 for 58 illegal encampments. This excludes the cost of private sites. At the last encampment in Woodlands...
Excuse me, Councillor Lepoidvan.
This is relevant to the
No. Are you raising the matter with Councillor Heatherton or Councillor Carr?
Carr.
Yes, okay. Forgive me, would you mind... Have we completed the first question? Because my notes indicate that you wish to ask questions of Councillor Heatherton. Yeah, no. So we can move on then to Councillor Carr's question 2. Okay, so carry on, Julia. My apologies.
I'll start again.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for his answer. Quite clearly, there has been a significant cost to the Council over 2 years. A total of £153,499 for 58 illegal encampments. This excludes the costs on private sites. At the last encampment in Woodlands, one of the travellers said it was easy in Coventry to travel around sites. He also said that if we had transit sites, they would use them. In 2 years, we have had 94 encampments. So I have 2 supplementary questions for the Cabinet Member. Will the Cabinet Member commit to reviewing our current position and finding a permanent solution, a transit or a permanent site? And my second, does the Cabinet Member feel it is acceptable at the level of council tax paid by our residents that our community have to foot the bill? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor A.S. Cameron.
Yes, thank you. I've almost forgot the questions. Let me try to remember them. I'm not joking there. The question was... so it's about encampments here. Right. The first question was about, are we looking to introduce transit site in Coventry? Well, actually, we've met with officers only about a week ago, myself, the leader, and a couple of other key members, and we are actively looking for transit site in Coventry. I'd be delighted to hear that if it goes my way, we will find a site within Westwood and Woodlands. So you'd be glad to hear that, I'm sure. So far as the costs are concerned, as a city council, we have to pick up costs where we're responsible for our property. We could try to charge individuals, but we're very unlikely to cover that. In respect to private property, I don't see why anybody thinks we should be liable to incur costs on private sites. Thank you.
Did you want a supplementary, Julia? No? Okay, thank you very much. I've got those indicate. Yeah, well, one moment. I have an indication that Councillors Blundell, Lapser and Simpson wish to speak. I'll add you to the list, Gary. Okay. Julia, you wish to come back? Please, I would chair the meeting, Gary, please. Julia?
I just wanted to say I think it's disgusting, Councillor Carr, your reference to Woodlands and Westwood. The travelling community have been all over the city. This is affecting every community. And I just don't think your comments are good enough.
You asked me whether we look for transit sites. The searches of a transit site anywhere in Coventry, everybody's been affected, so we will find the best site, and if it's in Westwood or Woodlands, it'll go there.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I come back?
Last one then.
No, no, it isn't. It'll be just a comment, sorry.
No. Let's move on. Councillor Blundell, not there. Councillor Lapser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet Member inform the Chamber, with these enormous costs, what strategies are in place to install lambs, bollards and other defences to stop this cat and mouse situation over the same site year upon year? And if you look at the figures, 1 year, 22 grand, and the same month the next year, 22 grand. We in Westwood have been calling for mounds and bollards in numerous locations, including Nixon Road, Bramston Crescent and others. And this would be a low-cost approach to stop this cat and mouse game. And if the transit site ends up in Westwood, it ends up in Westwood. If it ends up in Woodlands, it ends up in Woodlands. But to stand up in front of this chamber and point out in a joking way that you want to direct people to where quite often when they move from Woodlands to Westwood because of your inability to have a strategy to put defences forward is quite offensive. And I am absolutely sure that the residents in Woodlands and Westwood, especially with the mess that was left at Nixon Road at the last, it has been part of the question.
Oh, fine. You've asked a question. Councillor Carr.
Well, first of all, can I say that it wasn't a joke. We are considering sites throughout the city. Westwood does have a site which we're looking at. In terms of the security measures we have put over the last 5-6 years, various security measures, but what we found is some elements within the travelling community, they are breaking and entering onto premises which they can access by cutting or damaging locks. We had an incident on the War Memorial Park where they actually drove a car, boxed in a security officer so he couldn't stop them. So it's not down to the fact we're not trying to secure the sites, it's where some of these travellers are becoming more aggressive and breaking in to sites. So we're doing what we can for the moment. A transit site is likely to address it. The ball is in motion, and hopefully soon a site will be picked, and we'll develop the site there. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Yes, and can the Cabinet Member then tell me that with your admission that there is criminal behaviour, what strategies and what things are you putting in place to make sure that these travellers are excluded from anywhere in the city? And any of their property seized because it is criminal behaviour, and that is in your remit.
I think Councillor Knapp is clearly not aware of the situation regarding travellers. A lot of the property they have, particularly the cars and caravans, we found are not registered to them. We don't prosecute for crimes the police do. It's for them to find the evidence. We can help them with what we have. If we haven't got the evidence which is sufficient for prosecution, they won't be prosecuted. We won't prosecute for a crime. We could do other things, but we're doing everything we can as a council to try to deal with the issue of the travelling community coming to Coventry. Hopefully within a year or so that will be resolved.
Last one.
Yeah, it is definitely the last one, Lord Mayor, because all I'm asking is the Cabinet member aware of his brief that if criminal activity goes on, they can be moved on straight away.
Well, we rely on the police to make the decision on moving encampments on, and they take their own decision about doing that.
Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I have to say the reason why you've got a list of speakers is because we provided that to you before the date to try and make life easier. Fair to say I won't do that again. I have to say, Lord Mayor, is the Cabinet member taking this issue seriously? He stands there and jokes about sites in Westwood and sites in Woodlands, which I presume is meant to be some kind of derogatory reference to the people raising these issues here today, which you could actually argue is discriminatory in a way to the travellers themselves, because you are putting a divide between them and the community and saying that people don't want them. I think you should take a long, hard time to reflect on that, Councillor Khan, I really do. But the question I would like to ask you, if you are taking it seriously, and there has been research done, and you do seriously want to consider sites in Westwood and Woodlands, will you release the research that you've done to us as an opposition group, so we can actually look at that for ourselves? And can you also confirm what's happening with System Drive, which has for some time been a council site, which has been left, frankly, in a derelict situation? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, to repeat, I wasn't joking anything I've said. There are a number of sites in Coventry. Westwood does have a site, Longford has a site, there are other sites. There is no research. We're looking for sites at the moment. We're looking at what we can do. So there's nothing to release at this moment. We're formulating a policy on where an appropriate site could be based. Folesal, Longford, Wykin, Westwood, all of these areas had encampments. Now you've got to bear in mind, the questions raised about travellers was raised by your side. So it's your side who may feel more aggrieved by the travellers. I've never said, I've got nothing against travellers, right? Because they have a right, so far as legal, to live in the way that they want to. So, and as I've said before, I've spoken to travellers. The ones I've spoken to are very pleasant. Right? We don't condone anybody breaking the law though. I think that's your question.
You wish to come back?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very brief supplementary. He says that it's Conservative councillors who are raising this issue and that presumably we're the more aggrieved. What would you say to his colleague Ed Ray, who raised this issue in the Coventry Telegraph just a few weeks ago and said that the council needs a strategy to deal with this?
Well, I've not had a chance to speak to him, but we were already dealing with the issue. We're already trying to formulate policy. So you've asked a question today, I've answered it.
Councillor I'm putting it down that we're rusty in debate. Okay.
As everyone is aware, it's up to each individual council how they work with the police. Councillor Khan, you have referred to the police taking action. We have had 2 encampments, one where the police used Section 61 to get them off, and another where they didn't, and both had the same problems with criminality. How do we resolve this? Because we need a consistent approach. When travellers are using criminality, they're intimidating shopkeepers, etc. They're going into other people's houses. That is not acceptable behaviour. And I would like to know that something is going to be done about this long term. And that's it.
I think first of all, I think you've said that they're going into people's houses. I'd like to see proof of that, proof of the report to the police. And as I've said, we don't control the police. They make their own decisions about using their powers. We'll make our decisions about using our powers. It's up to the police whether they use their powers.
I see no further questions on this matter. I intend to move on. Item 15.2, all questions to chairs of scrutiny boards, chair of scrutiny coordination committee. Are there any questions? I see none. Item 15.3, all questions to chairs of other meetings. I see none. 15.4, all questions to representatives on outside bodies. Again, I see none. (15.5) All questions to Cabinet members and Deputy Cabinet members on any matter relating to that Cabinet member's or Deputy Cabinet member's portfolio. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Thomas. I see Councillor Heaven. Is it Councillor Simpson? Good, I'm learning. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Crave your indulgence with my questions to the Deputy Leader, Councillor Abdul Salam Khan. Councillor Khan, can you confirm how many people attended Godiva Festival this year? That's my first question. My second question is, does the Cabinet member agree with me that this Labour Council has been proven right in continuing to support and holding this event? And thirdly, and lastly, Lord Mayor, do you also agree that the event showcases our city and gives much pleasure and entertainment to Coventry residents, and that we were absolutely right to go ahead holding it this year? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Right, I'll wait for the microphone rather than the microwave. Yeah, right, okay, so I've been advised that 54,000 tickets were sold for this year's Godiva Festival, and it's an encouraging number, bearing in mind that the event was cancelled last year due to the COVID pandemic. Once again, as it did in previous years, it provided entertainment for many different groups of people and different types of artists appeared. As well as that, families were able to attend and enjoy the family feel. And I have to say, obviously, a big thank you to all of our partners who played their part in ensuring the event was a success it was this year. This year's Godiva Festival really is going to be a prelude to the coming years. We know the numbers were obviously smaller because of the COVID pandemic and the need to have some sort of social distancing present at on each of the days. In respect to the second two questions, obviously I agree that on both accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heaven.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Housing and Community. When are you actually going to stop equivocating and making excuses and actually listen to the voices of residents in Coventry and introduce Article 4 direction? I'll repeat my question again. When will the Cabinet Member, Lord Mayor, will commit to introduce Article 4 direction? All our neighbouring authorities have introduced Article 4 direction, and recently your colleagues in Birmingham Council. Why is this council contradicting themselves when they are destroying healthy family homes at the same time they are calling for constructing new family homes elsewhere? Let's preserve what we already
Councillor
have.
Heaven, it's a question, not a statement.
Right. Just to follow up, because this is really a real serious matter, Lord Mayor. We're losing millions of pounds.
Ask a question, Councillor Heaven.
My question is that when will the Cabinet member for the Housing and Community commit to
asked officers already to look at introducing an Article 4 direction, but I'm not going to do what the Tories do in this city. I'm not going to make promises and empty gestures around doing things for the council. If we're going to do an Article 4, it has to be right, and we have to do the work to make sure that's how it turns out. I'm not going to make empty promises, so what I'm committed to today is to say that we are looking at it. I do want to implement an Article 4 direction as part of the strategy, and we've gone along that line, and I think now is the time that we can do that effectively. So I am looking to do that now, and I've instructed officers to look at it.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's a short answer.
No, a very good answer. Councillor Heaven, did you wish to come back? No. Councillor Lapser is the supplementary to his? Yes. Councillor Lapser?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for that answer. And you know, being your shadow, and I know that the hard work you and the team are doing, and a lot of it is we've got to be totally honest with Councillor Ruan putting a lot of these strategies or helping to get these strategies into place. And I was shadowing him, so I know the work that has been done. But even at our last cabinet member meeting, Article 4 did come up. So can I ask the cabinet member to give an answer to why we have not already implemented our Article 4 direction in some parts of the city? As you yourself mentioned, and Councillor O'Boyle, from you mentioned 2013, I didn't know the exact year, when we've got so many places in Canyon, I was going into various different parts of the city, and it was St. Michael's.
Councillor Lapser, again, question, not statement.
Well, I am. It is a question, Lord Mayor.
But please put it out.
It says, part of the question was, can the cabinet member give an answer? So that's part of the question, Lord.
Thank you very much. Councillor Welsh.
Yeah, my apologies, Councillor Lapser, I kind of lost the question there too, but I'm happy to talk a little bit more about this if you like. We've worked as a council for many years to improve the situation. Again, I'm not going to take lessons from an opposition that have a policy that make no sense whatsoever. On the one hand, you oppose HIMOs, and actually I agree with you. I think we need to do more around that, and that's why I'm looking at introducing an Article 4 direction. But on the other hand, you oppose purpose-built student accommodation, which actually has been part of the solution in bringing back family housing. And I have no idea why you still hold that position, but it makes no sense whatsoever. So yes, we will continue doing the work to improve the situation. I'm glad you acknowledge the work that other cabinet members have done, and I look forward to working with you going forward as well.
Councillor Ridley, you wish to supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's not legally opposition question time, but I do feel a little bit I need to push back on that because it is not our policy. And it'd be great to have you on the team speaking on behalf of our Shadow Cabinet, Councillor Welch, but it's not our policy, it never has been. Our policy was to review the situation at the moment in light of COVID. We absolutely support purpose-built housing, student housing, if it means that we can get family housing back onto the market as family homes. And my question around that, Lord Mayor, given the fact that he's now talking about an Article 4 direction, which is something we have been calling for some years and which we would thoroughly welcome, does he also agree that given the fact that long-term dwellings, empty dwellings in this city have gone up by 500 over the last 5 years, which is the lifetime of the local plan, we've been told over that 5 years by Dave and Co that we need more housing in the city. Does he now agree this is a good time to review all of that?
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Councillor Welsh.
we can agree to disagree on your position about purpose-built student accommodation. Anything I see in the media points towards you oppose purpose-built student accommodation. That's my take, and I think that's the impression that people in the city are given as well. With regard to reviewing policies, you will know from the report I took to Cabinet a couple of months ago that we are looking at working up to the review of the local plan. That'll happen latest at December 2022, and there's a lot of work to be done in that time. So we are looking at the need for student accommodation as well as our overall housing needs. So I'm doing that in a measured way. I'm making sure that we deliver for what we need in Coventry, and that's how I'll go forward. Always happy to answer questions on it.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's not as much a supplementary, just to follow upon, I think something he didn't really touch on. Can the Cabinet Member explain why, in his view, we have got an extra 500 empty long-term dwellings over the last 5 years?
You'll know from the report I took to Cabinet last week that we have hired a empty dwellings officer, or we are going to hire an empty dwellings officer. A lot of work needs to be done to look at how the market is changing and what is happening with housing. Is there one particular thing that is doing it? It is hard to tell. And can I give you that answer today? No, I can't. Anecdotally, I could say to you as a St Michael's Ward councillor, I am seeing more empty properties. I think the market for student accommodation is changing. I think what we're doing with purpose-built accommodation is working, and so we're seeing that shift in properties. Beyond that, I find it hard to give you a comprehensive answer, Gary, but the work that comes through, I'm happy to share it with Council and to discuss that going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson. You wish a supplementary of Councillor Welsh? Yes? Councillor Heaven? Okay.
So just want to make sure, because you, on the record, you mentioned that you're going to, quote, show that you will introduce Article 4 if it shows effective. Now, let me tell you, it has been effective in every city that Article 4 has been introduced. So my question is that, will you commit to actually introducing Article 4 instead of actually just saying to see if it's effective? Because I can assure you it is effective. And will you give us a time scale when we can be looking into doing this? Time scale is important.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heaven. Councillor Welsh.
I've committed to looking at it. I've asked officers to look how we can do it. We have a government that works against us. They do not want to regulate the market. Just look at what they're doing around supported exempt accommodation. It's an absolute scandal the amount of money that go into that, and they won't do anything about it. And it's the same with Article 4 directions. They make it more difficult for cities to be able to implement them on a wide-scale basis. I said I will look at it. I will share timescales as soon as I can. I'm not going to rush the work. I want it to be done properly, and I want it to be effective, and I'm surprised that you find that such a hard thing to understand. But when I bring something to council, it'll be something that will work.
Thank you, Councillor Welsh. Councillor Simpson, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So my question is for the Cabinet Member for Public Health and Sport. In Sherborne, one of the biggest issues we're worried about is air quality, and particularly the high levels of pollution on the infamously named most polluted road in the Midlands, Holyhead Road. And perhaps an even bigger worry for residents is the Council's plan to deal with air quality. One such is to construct a fourth lane on a carriageway in Spawn End, enabling more traffic to move through the area. Can I ask the Cabinet Member for Public Health and Sport, does he think it is an acceptable policy to tackle air quality by moving pollution from Holyhead Road into the lungs of people in Spawn End?
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Khan?
Lord Mayor, that's Councillor Jim O'Ball. On that particular point.
That was a rugby pass, Jim. Well, it's fitting, we had the loss.
Just minding my own business there, never mind, Lord. Right. Can I just say to you, Councillor Simpson, as a council, we've had a ministerial direction from the relevant government minister to implement the plans as identified in our response. We're working through those proposals, there's consultations ongoing, clearly they will be taken consideration of going forward, but it's absolutely clear and it's based on the government response and the relevant ministers and their departments that they believe and feel with their experts and advice they've been given that our proposals will actually reduce nitrogen dioxide levels below the legally permitted levels in line with the ministerial direction. And we are committed to carrying out that ministerial direction. We're legally obliged to do that, and we will. The alternative, if we don't, as you know, is a clean air zone, which would mean that your residents, in fact, almost every single councillor in this room would have residents who would then be charged for using our arterial roads in our city in order to get around the city. And we don't think that is a proportionate response to what is a problem that we're resolving, and we're resolving it by agreeing with the government's ministerial direction and implementing that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Khan, do you wish to supplement on the public health matters?
I thought it was important to mention the government there, and I think clearly with the public health current situation, we need to ensure that as many young people and older people get a better life chance, and we can see how the effect is on their health, but not just their health, is their life span. So I think it's very important that we continue to do anything that actually has a greater impact in reducing the causes of poor air quality. And I think this is going to be a better option, especially rather than the charging zone, which I think people are up in arms. In a city the size of Coventry, it will have a very, very significant, massive impact, especially in poorer communities.
Thank you. Supplementary, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Lord. Perhaps my first question should have been to the cabinet member. Is air quality, is he concerned about air quality in his public health brief? But by the by. Well, can I ask Councillor Boyle there, you spoke about reducing emissions on Holyhead Road. Does he not acknowledge that reducing emissions on Holyhead Road under his plans can push up emissions on Swan End?
The simple answer is no. It doesn't. And in fact, there's a number of reasons for that. One is, in very, very simple terms, and I've tried to describe this previously, if you've got two vehicles going down one road, then they will emit the amount of nitrogen dioxide from those two vehicles, and the relevant measurement will be taken, and that will be what the nitrogen dioxide levels are. If you then have one of those vehicles going down another road, you then disperse that nitrogen dioxide levels below the legally permitted levels. It's identified within the ministerial direction that the council has been given. And all of the modelling, both by the experts in the government departments and indeed the relevant experts that have been working on this for the local authority, clearly identify that is the case. And that is the simple point. The other thing to mention about Holyhead Road is quite a unique road in terms of how it looks, in terms of its built-up capacity. And there is very little room for those emissions to be dispersed in a way that other parts of the city we can clearly identify they do. The other point to make, and this is a really, really important and obvious point, because we are committed both to reducing improving our air quality, but also reducing our carbon footprint in the city. And that is why we're one of the only cities anywhere in the country, in fact we're the only city in the country who's moving all of our buses to be electric by 2025. That is 297 of our buses are going electric, which will have a dramatic effect on the impact from nitrogen dioxide levels and in terms of the carbon footprint for the city. But the other thing is, around Holyhead Road and those areas, we've actually put in a huge amount of electric vehicle charge points. And people say to me, well, okay, that's a good idea, but no one's got an electric vehicle. But the point is, we need to help encourage and we need to help support, and that is why we've been working with other departments whereby we've actually encouraged people to give up their older polluting vehicles for public transport credits, so they can use buses and trains and all the rest of it. That's why we're taking part in the e-scooter trials, because we're looking at different ways of micro-mobility, encouraging people who are doing very short journeys to look at alternatives to the private vehicle. That is why we are putting in segregated cycleways in our city, because again, that is important to encourage people to look at alternatives, but at the same time we want to make sure that those cyclists are safe. And all the modelling has been demonstrated, and we can show and we can prove, and that again, I really want to hammer this home, we have a ministerial direction which legally obligates the council to make this work and to make it happen. And the government 100% support exactly what we're doing. So we're committed to doing this because it is the right thing to do. Will it reduce the nitrogen dioxide levels in those areas, both within Holyhead Road and also clearly within Allesley Old Road? Yes, it will, and we can show that and demonstrate that.
Thank you. Final supplementary, Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's interesting that Councillor Boyle mentioned cycling there. So my first question has to be, why is it that this project in Spawn End to reduce emissions is to create a fourth lane and not have any provision for increased cycling? As a cyclist myself, I can already say that Spawn End is a death trap for cyclists. Why then does he want to add an extra lane? And then my second question is, he talks about traffic volumes moving off the Holyhead Road. Does he agree with me and residents in Allesley Park and Tapplefields that more traffic is now going to have to go down to Allesley Old Road in order to fight emissions on Holyhead Road?
Actually, part of the plans for Allesley Old Road is to actually increase and put in new cycling provision. And again, that is within the consultation documents that are, if they haven't gone out, they're going out very, very soon, and that will be clearly identified. No one is suggesting that these proposals are a solution overnight, but the whole point of this is to make sure that as a city, where we've got a particular problem, we clearly have on Holyhead Road, we have to do something about that. The only alternative is a clean air zone. That is the alternative. The government sent out instructions a couple of years ago now to a number of cities saying you had to introduce clean air zones. And that would have meant, and Coventry had older than average polluting vehicles compared to cities of a similar size. So we would have had a far more dramatic impact on the ability of people to travel around our city in a way that they want to without being charged, whilst being charged for it. We didn't think that was acceptable. Whilst at the same time, we were engaged with the government, and we were engaged in getting grants from the government to improve our city centre. And then on top of that, we've had COVID out over the last 18 months. And one of the great ironies of COVID, clearly, has been actually our air quality has actually improved. But the point is, as we go back to normal, and actually are covered by the relevant legislation, which means they don't emit the sort of emissions that cause the sort of air quality that has caused us a problem. We're on the right track, we need to do that work, and let's get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Rupel, and thank you, colleagues. Item 16, statements. The statement by the leader, I invite Councillor Duggins to the dais to make a statement.
Lord Mayor, can everybody hear? I think they can. Guys, this naturally would probably be one of the most sombre statements that I've delivered as leader. I think we've all been shocked, dismayed, devastated and disturbed by the unfolding events in Afghanistan, which has become a global humanitarian crisis. The current situation has been played out on our TV screen, and our hearts go out for those who have been forced to flee their homes, and thoughts are with those who have lost loved ones. The situation is as serious as any of the recent humanitarian catastrophes. The families now find themselves short of money, short of food, and quite rightly, the UK and cities like Coventry will play their part in mobilising support for those fleeing the escalating situation in Afghanistan. Coventry, by any measure you wish to choose, has always acted early, with conviction, when people from all over the world have needed our help. And our city, as their place of safety and sanctuary, Coventry has an unchallenged global reputation as a city of peace and reconciliation, and is one that we are immensely proud of. Colleagues, by way of context, we started in 1998, and during that time, the majority of the time has been a Labour administration, but we did have 6 years of Conservative administration who basically took the same line that we did. In 1998, the most medium and large cities with diverse populations, Coventry was invited by the then government to be part of an asylum dispersal cluster for the West Midlands. In our response to the consultation, fairer, faster and firmer, the Council agreed to support asylum seekers directly to Coventry, to assist refugees to re-establish their lives and confidence, to raise awareness of the needs of refugees and overcome prejudice against them, to develop an effective partnership with other local and regional organisations in the city. Following the enactment of the Asylum and Immigration Act 1999, the City Council, in partnership with local housing providers and voluntary sector agencies, managed the accommodation, support of asylum seekers direct to the city. The council had control over local numbers and was funded to provide a package of support, including language, education, integration and employment support. At this time, asylum seekers were permitted and indeed encouraged to find work. In 2012, the then coalition government took the step of letting contracts for commercial operational managers procuring of asylum seekers support services. This thus began the process of asylum accommodation becoming based on minimal pricing and introduced elements of profit into the provision of support services. The local contractor, G4S, developed a consistently poor reputation for accommodation quality and started the process of reducing asylum seeker support services to an adequate telephone helpline and notices in properties. G4S managed 2 regional contracts, which were estimated to be worth $1.4 billion. These contract arrangements were roundly condemned as inadequate. And in 2019, the government introduced a new asylum accommodation and support contract, which again focused mainly on accommodation, with very little focus on other support that might be provided to individuals while their cases were being considered. Serco was a successful bidder, and these 2 regional contracts are currently worth £1.9 billion. The reality of us being an asylum dispersal city is that we welcome people to our city. We welcome them as neighbours, as fellow parents to children in our schools, and as future work colleagues. We do what we can to support them. We provide funding for the Refugee and Migrant Centre. We ensure that all country citizens, including refugees and asylum seekers, get the support in establishing their rights through our excellent advice services. Our local healthcare system has a specialist GP practice, Meridian Centre, and a targeted counselling service to support with traumas and mental health challenges caused by being forced to flee people's homes. Our education system makes specialist provision for children from those communities. I particularly want to praise Coventry schools. The job they do for young people, often having missed considerable chunks of their education, having little or no English, is nothing short of outstanding. But when the results they achieve are compared with other schools in other areas, the complexity of the job they do in taking children from multiple backgrounds and contributing so positively to not only their education achievements, but also their sense of being safe and feeling valued are immeasurable, as well as not being recognised in the way it should. In 2010, the coalition government took the decision to end the Community Cohesion Grant and reduce and eventually remove the recognition of central government support for the challenges faced by asylum dispersal areas. More than 20 years into asylum dispersal, we still receive no direct funding to recognise the contribution we make. Pressure on housing services, not recognised. Pressure on our need to provide more complex library or adult education, many of the services, is not recognised either. Our education systems need to be able to shape themselves to meet the need of former asylum seekers, as do the health services, welfare and social services. Pressure on services, including homeless teams, local charities and voluntary organisations, is further intensified as a result of supporting those with no resource to public funds. With record numbers in the system, it is time for an urgent and effective settlement for local government and its involvement in the refugee and asylum seeker support. Coventry is committed to doing what we can to welcome those seeking sanctuary and help to rebuild their lives. We are focused on the needs of others and are determined to do what we can to help to improve the lives of those who have come to reside in our city. So when the government wrote to local authorities in December 2013 to ask for help in providing shelter for the most vulnerable victims of this terrible tragedy in Syria, we did not think about the challenges that were presented by refugees and our own challenges from the impacts of austerity. We were one of the first authorities, led by Anne Lucas and Phil Townsend, to put their hands up and offer a solution. I'm very, very proud that we did so. Last year saw some of the first children to arrive as refugees from Syria take up places at Coventry University. A number of small businesses have been created, and I know that over time our participation in refugee resettlement will go on to pay dividends for us as a wonderful, diverse city and continue to grow and reinvent ourselves. The city has given a commitment to place up to 150 individuals per year for the UK resettlement scheme, which commenced this year and replaces previous schemes. This scheme provides a resettlement option for refugees from many parts of the world, many conflict zones, including Syria and the Middle East. In 2014, we agreed to become part of the Afghan locally engaged scheme. This was the first scheme designed to correctly respect and reward the contribution made by Afghan nationals in support of the UK Armed Forces and other government involvement in the Afghan occupation. Up until 2019, over 60 interpreters were relocated to Coventry, some with their families, and many remain here, making Coventry their home as they rebuild new lives. And I'm sure that everybody here is proud of that fact this afternoon. So when we were asked earlier this year, would we once again take part
in a new scheme to relocate the final and larger group of former UK government employees from Afghanistan, there was no hesitation in saying that we would play our full part. I understand from officers that the first of our friends arriving as part of the Afghan relocation and assistance policy arrived earlier in August. I think that's right. And I am pleased that they are safe from harm's way, being supported by the great partnership of the Council, voluntary sector agencies, the strong support of health and other partners. And I wish to pay tribute to Council colleagues this afternoon who have set a marvellous example in arranging support for these refugees by supporting them directly with their clothes or food or whatever. And I want to also pay tribute to the work of Councillor Abdul Salam Khan in respect to the work that he does on a daily basis in respect to this. The government now plan a further resettlement scheme based on the tragic events which unfolded, as I say, before the world's eyes in August. A plan to resettle 20,000 Afghan citizens, with 5,000 to arrive this year and the remainder over the next 3 to 4 years. But Lord Mayor, of concern is the use of hotels, and in particular the choice in 2021 to focus on Coventry's new hotels is one of fairness. Across the West Midlands, we observe the pattern of the Home Office opening hotels in some local authority areas and very quickly closing them and moving asylum seekers elsewhere. Officers have asked the Home Office to explain this, and the response is that ministers wish to concentrate on the top 20 cities. The decision took place without consultation, without resources, and without an understanding of the impact of the larger number of asylum seekers being concentrated in a small number of authorities and the services in turn that they receive. That is why, with much regret, that I have supported steps to utilise council planning powers to prevent the use of Coventry hotels for the purpose of hostels for asylum seekers. I note that some authorities are coming forward to offer places for the new Afghan scheme, although still only 1/3 of authorities are doing so. These are funded places to make provision for a select group of refugees without taking part in the wider national responsibility for asylum seekers. With a crisis in the asylum system and an urgent need to meet an immediate humanitarian crisis, there is a clear opportunity for the government to take a strategic view of refugee and asylum issues. Every local authority should be able to manage the impacts of us living in a multicultural and diverse United Kingdom. With demand being as high as it is presently, the shouldering of the impact of the UK refugees and asylum can no longer fall on the 20 to 40 authorities. There does need to be a new plan. We need a new plan that shares the responsibility nationwide, that ensures that all communities play their part in meeting our international obligations.
Are you concluding, Captain?
Sorry? I'm sure there are many others seeking sanctuary who come from similarly troubled places, and in Coventry, as we have demonstrated so many times in the past, we are prepared to play our part, and we will continue to do so. I will commit today to providing more resources on the ground to ensure that the City Council's migration team has additional capacity to meet this humanitarian crisis head on, but also so that we can continue to support our amazing voluntary community and our voluntary sector, who are so crucial in welcoming those who come to Coventry in need of help. So, as has always been the case, Coventry's track record is just about doing the right thing. That's beyond question. This needs to be much part of a broader coalition of authorities I call on every place, however large or small, city or town, to stand up and do their bit, both for Afghanistan, but also for those others who are looking to the UK for hope. Lord Mayor, I conclude this statement by reiterating 4 main points and 4 main messages this afternoon. We as a city will continue to play our part, as we have done since 1998-99, maintaining our reputation as a city of sanctuary, epitomised by the work of the council. As mentioned previously, council colleagues have already contributed in many ways, whether it be clothing or food, for our new residents and friends. Of the utmost urgency is the need for the dispersal programme to be redesigned to ensure an equality of dispersal across all local authorities in the country. So this has so far been rejected, has the notion of mandation, but colleagues, I believe that needs to be looked at again and urgently. Even over the last 3 weeks, only 1/3 of local authorities have come forward to play their part, and I think that is possibly shameful, colleagues. Thirdly, finance must be commensurate to the job in hand, and much more long-term than the piecemeal financial package, which is often available. And finally, communications clearly need to improve with local authorities. Local authorities need to be made aware of all dispersals which take place before the fact and not after the fact. Thank you very much.
Would Mr. Kerr respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank the leader, as usual, for providing me with advance notice of his comments today. I'm not going to respond on every single item, but I do want to touch upon the issues of Afghanistan and also the more broader issues around our asylum and immigration system. When we hear politicians talking about Afghanistan, it's very easy to see this as an abstract debate about a place far, far away from here. But the reality on the ground is it's bleak for real human people like you and me. There will be a divergence of views in the country and probably in this room about what the West should have done in Afghanistan and whether it was right or wrong to withdraw. But I think the one thing we can all agree on is that none of us would wish to live in a Taliban-led dictatorship. 20 years since the invasion, it is right to ask the question, what have we achieved in Afghanistan? 457 British soldiers died, along with thousands of their American counterparts. They did so protecting their home nations against terrorism and advancing the civil liberties and rights of people in Afghanistan. During that time, many people, particularly women, began to enjoy freedoms they had not experienced before. There is now a very serious and real risk that those advances have been lost to the midst of time forever. The images of people clinging to aeroplanes as they took off were harrowing. They were just as harrowing as the images of people jumping from the Twin Towers in 2001, which led to the invasion of Afghanistan. If anyone is in any doubt about the intentions of the Taliban, they should take a long, hard look at the evidence of their recent behaviour. Earlier today, I was reading an extract from the Amnesty International website regarding an alleged massacre which took place in July. It stated that Taliban fighters massacred 9 ethnic Hazara men. On the ground, researchers spoke to eyewitnesses who gave harrowing accounts of the killings in the village of Lundagrat, Malistan district. 6 of the men were shot and 3 were tortured to death, including one man who was strangled with his own scarf and had his arm muscles, sliced off. Let me just repeat that. One man was strangled with his own scarf and had his muscles sliced off. These are real stories about real people. We would be horrified at the prospect of this happening to the people that we live next to. Yet the reality is, there are probably people in Coventry now from Afghanistan who have had these experiences that walk amongst us. So there can be no question that it is right and proper that we do our bit in Coventry to help these people, and particularly those that worked alongside our armed forces as interpreters and in other roles. However, what we've seen in recent days and months will only be the tip of the iceberg. With a population of nearly 40 million in Afghanistan, we face a fresh migration crisis. John Reid, a former Labour Home Secretary, once said that the Home Office is not fit for purpose. Sadly, 15 years on, those remarks remain pertinent. The UK is in the midst of a migration crisis, with record numbers arriving every day, and the system we have in place cannot cope. The current situation means we have little control over some of the people entering our country, which has created a situation in which human trafficking can thrive. These poor, desperate people can be subject to the most awful sexual exploitation and modern-day slavery right here in our United Kingdom. The situation cannot go on. At an international level, we must develop an approach which is fair to asylum seekers, helps to disperse them appropriately, but also tackles the real reasons why people flee in desperation in the first place. And this is where Global Britain is needed most. By tackling poverty, terrorism and famine abroad, we can help to solve our own problems at home. But within our own borders, reform is needed too. As the leader has said, Coventry is a welcoming city, and over the years we have welcomed countless generations of migrants to our city. Yet it cannot be right to overwhelm the same municipalities again and again when other areas are frankly shirking their responsibilities. In politics, people talk about the differences between left and right. But this issue is about the difference between right and wrong. Within local government, there is cross-party acceptance that we need a better system, and I fully support the actions taken by this council in relation to the use of planning powers. In the meantime, if there is a God of any description, I hope they are looking down on the people of Afghanistan, because God knows they need all the help they can get. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Councillor Duckins, do you wish to exercise the right to reply?
Yes, colleagues, I do, and I do welcome Gary's response, and it is constructive, and I think on a day like this, that is exactly what is needed. Just a few points. The notion that the Home Office is not fit for purpose seems to be enduring. I've said this on a number of interviews that I've done recently, and I really do have evidence of that, as Abdul and I have worked through this during the summer months. It goes beyond belief, the way that they have handled this, and the tone-deaf responses they have to places like Coventry. I'll give you an example. A few weeks ago, a Home Office minister made it very clear to me that Coventry should not have any more people from, any more asylum seekers billeted in Coventry. Within a week, another 500 have been. So I think, colleagues, that is the point we're trying to get across. Because, you know, the truth is, as Gary said, the experiences that people have had in their homeland is something that we could not even imagine. We think lockdown was bad enough. because of the fact that lockdown was probably for 3 or 4 months. For many people now, lockdown could be for a very long time. And as I say, when people find themselves out of food, out of money, out of jobs and everything else, it's an appalling situation. In respect to mandation, it is something that the government have said that they don't want to undertake mandation. Well, I'm afraid in the face of other colleagues not being prepared to come forward, then you have to use mandation. They say that they don't use mandation, never have. Well, I remember some years ago we were mandated that we had to have a referendum on whether we wanted the director elected there or not. We didn't have a choice in respect to that. So they do mandate. But the problem is that what has happened over a period of time, that people have gone above the minister and gone to the Home Secretary, and basically they've been in a position in which they found that they don't have to play their part when they really should. And I do want to emphasise the cross-party response to this in the West Midlands. At the moment there is a judicial review which is underway, and that comprises of 7 authorities, Coventry is one of them, Sandwell is one of them, Wolverhampton is one of them, Dudley and Walsall and Stoke, 3 Conservative, and of course Birmingham as well. So there is a cross-party emphasis on this. The colleagues were at the end of the day, this is about the quality of life that we are offering for people who are seeking asylum, and what a rotten start for some of them in the conditions that they are being asked to live in. And we all remember the tragedy of the young asylum seeker in Sheffield only a few weeks ago. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Duggins. Right, the first debate relates to food poverty. I invite Councillor Thomas to move the debate.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to read out the motion. Members have got it in front of them, and for those who are viewing online, they can see it as well. The government has developed a national food strategy. This is the first independent review of England's entire food strategy for 75 years. It must take the opportunity to build the food system this country needs for all its people. The Right to Food campaign was created to end UK food poverty levels and its reliance on food banks. We currently have in the UK more food banks than we have of branches of McDonald's. I'll say that again. We've got more food banks in the UK than we have McDonald's restaurants. It is backed by city councils such as Birmingham and Portsmouth, and now a group of MPs are making recommendations to the government. Why is this needed? The poorest families across the UK are forced into the heat or eat or pay the rent scenario even before the pandemic hit. Now we've had lockdown, this has intensified the financial pressures on people who are struggling to get by. Indeed, experts fear hunger could continue to get worse even after the COVID crisis passes. £20 cut in universal credit, the ending of the furlough scheme and other support to businesses will mean more unemployment and increased poverty. And now today we have an announcement by the government of a 1.25% increase in national insurance, which will disproportionately affect people on low incomes living in food poverty. Last year, nearly 2 million people turned to food banks. Now that's compared to March 2013 when the figure was 913,000. About 10 million people across our country are experiencing food poverty. Now, colleagues, to put that into perspective, the population of Greater London is 9.5 million people. Just think about that for a moment. You can envisage that number of people who are living in food poverty. Nearly 6 million adults and 1.7 million children were struggling to get enough food between September 2020 and February 2021. Figures from a report to the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. We are one of the richest countries in the world. What do we actually want for our society? Do we want 10 million people to go hungry and be in food poverty? The government needs to act now and enshrine in law a legal right to food. This would place responsibility on government to end hunger. And I'd just like to end, Lord Mayor, with the last sentence of the motion. We believe that the right to food must be incorporated in any strategy going forward, and a letter should be sent to Henry Dimbleby, who is heading that review, stating our position. And I urge everyone in this chamber, please support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Heatherton, I invite you to second the debate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, the terms of child food poverty and food insecurity are used quite frequently now, but exactly what does it mean? Those phrases, have you had to skip meals because of a lack of money or not being able to access the food that you need? Have you gone hungry and not eaten for those same reasons? Have you gone for a day without eating for those same reasons? It is a shocking reality that we live in a country where there is no shortage of food, only the money to pay for it. And that is an incredibly serious issue. And although the unprecedented circumstances of the last 18 months have certainly made things worse and put a spotlight on childhood poverty as never before, the problem was with us before any of us had ever heard of COVID-19. And sadly, I fear it will be with us for a long time after lockdown. The decision to provide £221 million of funding for the holiday activities and food programme during Easter, summer and Christmas 2021 was very welcome. Though it must be said it took heavy cajoling from England and Manchester United footballer Marcus Rashford, also from campaigners and members of Parliament in the House of Commons to make it happen. It is still not clear, however, whether the government expect to make that funding a long-term commitment beyond 2021. They have, with much cajoling, implemented several temporary measures to support the families struggling with the cost of food. It should not have taken that level of campaigning and pressure to shame the government into action. But I think we would all agree that normalising emergency food aid as the primary way to deal with the effects of child poverty is not something we should aspire to as a country. It's stigmatising and it is unsustainable. It remains the case that over half of people in poverty live in a family where at least one adult is at work, and around 3/4 of children in poverty are in a working family. Lord Mayor, the UK went into the pandemic following a decade of deprivation as a result of policy decisions taken in previous years. Costs were rising and social security support being cut or frozen. The government's decision to increase universal credit by £20 per week at the start of the pandemic illustrated that our systems of support were not doing enough to protect people from harm. They are now urged to end threats to social security payments and focus instead on practical measures to address the pandemic, especially with child hunger. What is it going to take for these children to be prioritised? Instead of removing support through social security, we should be focusing efforts on developing a sustainable, long-term roadmap out of this child hunger pandemic. Rashford has rebooted his popular campaign to persuade ministers to expand eligibility for free school meals, to include more struggling families, provide long-term funding for the holiday activity and food programme, and expand the Healthy Start fruit and vegetable voucher scheme. Thank you. He said, whilst we've come a long way in the last 20 months, placing the issue of food poverty at the forefront, devastatingly, the issue is getting worse, not better. Levels of UK food insecurity were 27% higher than they were pre-pandemic, and more families were food insecure compared with the first lockdown. As we've said, the £20 universal credit cut, along with furlough ending, unemployment, increases of national insurance of 1.25%, together with rising food prices, will make the problem much more acute. It's a perfect storm. It's extremely distressing that despite Marcus's best efforts last autumn, even more children lack a secure, nutritious diet compared with last year. Instead of removing support through social security, we should be focusing efforts on developing a sustainable long-term roadmap out of this hunger pandemic. That will require action on unemployment, insecure work, welfare reform, education, social inequality, and more. But the first step is for this government genuinely to commit to tackling the issue with no more empty promises, representing of facts or redefining of parameters. Only the government can solve this. They must use every lever they have to create a better present and future for children living in food poverty. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hetherington. Following the members have indicated that they wish to speak, I'll be calling them in this order. Councillor Bigham, Simpson, Ridley. Okay, Councillor Bigham? Councillor Ali. Anybody else? Thank you very much. Councillor Bigham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, we know that COVID has not run its course. Otherwise, why are we here and not in the council house? Why have discussions started about extending the half-term break to cover another rise in cases? So the same problems that existed at the beginning of COVID exist now. The same reasons that £20 extra a week, little enough, was given to people, exist now. The people who were hungry then are hungry now. Lord Mayor, I have choices. I can choose to grow some vegetables because I have a garden. I can choose to buy extra if I see a bargain. But when every penny, every week that you get is accounted for in buying the basics, and you don't have a garden because you live in a high-rise flat, and you can't travel to somewhere to chase up bargains, what do? It's absolutely impossible to say when you're on that sort of income. It's impossible to put something aside for when you know the weather's going to get cold. It's impossible to heat your house and to make sure that you and those who depend on you have enough to eat. And more often than not, you're in work, but you're in a low-paid job. How do you manage when you don't have the choice that I have? Well, you don't. And so people have to depend upon charities. And food, nourishment, is not just to fill today's empty belly. It determines how you develop and grow. It determines your future health. Food is not just the plates that may be empty for the next meal. It is vital for the well-being of a whole life and whole life chances. When I was Lord Mayor, I gave a speech and I talked about the malnutrition that my mother had suffered and the near starvation. And in every family tale that was told, there was an extra person within that tale, and that person was a spectre of hunger. Lord Mayor, I never expected to see that spectre stalking the streets of England in 2021. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Whenever this review came out in July, I was rather optimistic, and indeed in the review are some very interesting proposals. However, when taken together, it seemed as though the recommendations were highly contradictory, particularly in the area of agriculture. Now, I'm grateful that this review stopped short of advocating a meat tax. I'm on a hearty Irish diet of mince and potatoes, but it also argues for the increase in rise of fruit and vegetable consumption in our diets. Indeed, the review is asking farmers to shift away from rearing herds and moving more towards harvesting more fruit and vegetables. However, in the same report, it also advocates that farmers should set aside more of their land for forests and wetlands and wildlife. Margins in agriculture are already thin. Squeezing farmers further will only push them closer to bankruptcy. The effect of that on our food system, we have to rely more on foreign imports, increasing our food miles and greenhouse gas emissions. But what I found utterly patronising in the review was for the recommendation of a framework and commission to advise farmers on how to use their land. And as someone who grew up rurally, I can say we don't need civil servants in London to tell us how to use our land. But in the same way that the review is contradictory, so too is the motion. It talks at the end of the £20 uplift to universal credit every week, yet it endorses a tax on salt and sugar, hitting the poorest hardest. And with inflation coming back to bang and global food prices on the rise, the last thing families need is more to pay on food. Instead, we should be advocating for subsidies on fresh food, rather than looking at regressive taxes on junk food. If we want to use nudge theories effectively to improve our diets, they should move away from taxes and towards truly redistributive-friendly subsidies. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a pleasure to follow my colleague who so eloquently outlined our position just a moment ago. I think first I just want to take a moment to outline why we won't be supporting this motion today. I think the Labour group has actually identified one or two issues which are really important and which we are going to have to come up with solutions as a society, as a government to over the coming months and years. But the motion itself is inherently contradictory, because the first part of it talks about poverty and it talks about decisions between heat or eat, and then goes on to advocate for a £3.4 billion tax to be levied on people purchasing food. So I think the motion itself is fundamentally flawed, Lord Mayor. For those reasons, we can't support it. We did think about amending it, but ultimately it wouldn't really achieve anything, and you guys would just vote us down anyway. I do want to talk a little bit about the National Food Strategy, because my old boss, Philip Bradbourne, used to have a saying, it's like a curate's egg. In other words, it's good in parts, but it's not so good in some of the parts that's left. If you take this idea of a tax, a behaviour change tax for a moment, which would raise £3.4 billion and would then be spent on a range of initiatives, you're basically saying right at the start that you know that this tax is not going to be successful in changing behaviour. Because if it was successful in changing behaviour, it would raise zero. So you're factoring that in right from the start, that people are going to carry on purchasing stuff, purchasing food, the way that they always have done, and that's going to raise you a load of money. Now, the reality is, Lord Mayor, that is treating people as a cash cow, and it's wrong. The only way to change people's habits, change people's eating habits, and to help people is through education. We all know this. You can't just tell people that they're going to pay more and think that will make a huge difference, because it won't. The true way through this is through education, Lord Mayor. As my colleague has already alluded to, there are other things we can do as well, such as subsidies around fresh food. So, for those reasons, Lord Mayor, we will not be supporting this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Ridley. Councillor Alley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must confess my incredible shock at the recent policy that are being pursued by this government. It's again and again demonstrated that it's out of touch with the electorate, pushing more people towards poverty. Cutting social welfare, reducing benefits, these policies have come at a time when this country is reeling from the pandemic. I don't expect the Prime Minister to understand, as he's one of the richest persons in the Parliament. It is shameful that it takes a social media complaint and a footballer like Marcus Rashford, as my colleague has mentioned, Councillor Pat Heatherton has mentioned, to embarrass the national government with regards to their policies of free school meals and force a U-turn. Whilst the expanded use of food bank is a credit to the communal spirit and for support, it is also an indictment of the failures of this government. I don't understand the cruel rationale of cutting welfare at a time when it is sorely needed. I have to admit this government is both out of touch with the electorate and reality. It seems intent in punishing the vulnerable, one rule for them and another rule for us, making people suffer, choosing eat or treat, making really hard choices of livelihood seems somewhat quite common to the Tories. And also Councillor Ridley mentioning aware of this using excuses as education and just to cover up the reality and the issues we are facing at this moment. Thank you. For this, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ali. Are there any speakers? I see no one else indicating. Councillor Thomas, would you wish to close the debate?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, considering that our main purpose in life as councillors is to help and protect and care for our constituents in whatever part of the city they live in, I am disappointed and dismayed at the attitude of the Conservative group in not supporting a motion which is basically calling for people to be able to eat. I feel myself, and I know there are others in this room who agree with me, that party politics should not come into play in a debate like this. We're talking about a basic human right here, the right of children to not go hungry at school. And I know what that's like because in 1968 I was going to school hungry, so this is why I'm so passionate, Lord Mayor, about this issue. I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their excellent contributions to this debate, and I would just like to ask the Conservative group, please think again, and I am asking for a named vote, please. I therefore commend this motion to the Council. Thank you.
Is that named vote agreed? I now call for a vote on the debate.
Thank you. If you indicate whether you're for, against, or you wish to abstain. Councillor N. Akhtar. For. Councillor P. Akhtar. For. Councillor M. Ali. For. Councillor Bailey. Against. Councillor Bigham. For. Councillor Birdie. Against. Councillor Blundell. Against. Councillor Brown. For. Councillor Kaykan. For. Councillor Clifford. For. Councillor Duggins. For. Councillor Gittins. For. Councillor Harvard. For. Councillor Heaven. Yes. Councillor Hefferton. For. Councillor Hopkins. For. Councillor Innes. For. Councillor Jandu. Against. Councillor Keogh. Yes. Councillor A. Khan. For. Councillor T. Khan. Councillor Lacker. For. Councillor Lancaster. For. Councillor Lapsar. Against. Councillor Podderan. Against. Councillor Lloyd. For. Councillor Lucas. For. Councillor Mayle. Against. Councillor Massey. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mix. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mosselman. Councillor Joe Mutton. Councillor M Mutton. Councillor Nazir. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Ridley. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Seaman. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Beesing. Councillor Arsing. Councillor Fay. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Tucker. Councillor Walsh, sorry, I hear Councillor Welsh. That's 21 for and 12 against.
There's 2 more. Lord Mayor and Coaster Carlos back in the room.
Councillor Tom.
I'd like to vote as well.
Sorry, Lord Mayor then.
4.
Councillor Massey. Councillor Teacar. So it's 23-13.
Thank you very much. Okay, as we now reach 3 hours since we started the meeting, there will be a break for members and officers and the meeting will be adjourned. I'll restart the meeting promptly at 5:30. Welcome back, everybody, people watching. Can I take this first opportunity of referring to the last debate? The numbers were incorrect. Can I advise of the correct numbers? For the debate were 32, against the debate 13. Okay. I now move on to the second debate. I invite Councillor Heaven to move.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, we would like the Council to instruct the Cabinet to set in motion the process of market testing our refuse collection service. And I will explain why. Lord Mayor, it is the responsibility of the Council to deliver the best service and the best value for money for those who pay the bills, which are the taxpayers. And the only way to do this is by testing the market in order to provide a valuable and usable service for our refusal collection service. Lord Mayor, the patience of every one of us has been tested with this Miss Binny's collections. This is the Labour Council may sit there and argue that this is all because of the pandemic and shift the responsibility to the pandemic. But my question is, why this was not the case for the neighbouring authorities such as the Warwick District Council and Solihull Council? And what about before the pandemic? Did we not experience numbers of missed bin collection? Lord, we've been here before and we keep coming back to the same problem every year without any alternative solution. Let me remind you that this is not just about missed bin collections, it has a lot of consequence on people's lives, health and personal hygiene. Council taxpayers deserve a best value for their money. Best value for money is not only about the price, but about how effective a service is. Coventry citizens have certainly not been receiving any effective services for their refusal bin collection for many years. Lord Mayor, it's very easy today for this Labour administration to deny this motion. However, I do beg you not to think through the lens of a party politics, but actually address the concern of the residents of our city. This motion's intent is to improve our services for everybody. Shifting the responsibilities of the council into residents who are asked to take their garden waste to the tip is not a practical solution for every resident. And it's not everyone that is able to do that and meet the demands of the council. So Lord Mayor, we are here as elected members to represent the citizens of Coventry and be responsible in finding the best solution for an effective service. And I ask today, do not dismiss this as a motion purely based on party politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaven. Councillor Boylan, to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much. I have three members indicating they wish to speak, and I will call them in this order. Councillors Heatherton, Lloyd and Jane Mutton. Councillor Heatherton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, let me start by saying how disappointing it is to listen to the opposition bringing this motion to full council when this time last year most of us were expressing our gratitude to the refuse collectors for their service and commitment during the worst of the COVID lockdown. In a previous life, I spent a great deal of time involved in resisting privatisation of public services, and I will continue to do so until they put a lid on the coffin. I made frequent visits to NHS staff from the hospital wing at Winston Green Prison in Birmingham, run by a company called G4S. Do you remember them? I saw for myself how dreadful it was, but nothing prepared me for the account from the NHS staff working in the most dangerous conditions. Rory Stewart in 2018 said the jail had fallen into a state of crisis, the worst he had come across. It was worse than that. The treatment of the people in there was inhumane. The crisis hit prison, was taken back into public ownership after it's had its contract terminated. The same G4S lost a second contract in 3 years when forced to transfer the management of the Medway Secure Training Centre to the government after the secret filming showed staff allegedly mistreating children held there. Last year, it was announced all probation services in England and Wales were to be brought back under public ownership and control, reversing the Ministry of Justice's 6-year programme to outsource delivery of most probation operations. The National Audit Office stating the rollout had created significant risks and that these failings have been extremely costly for taxpayers. Outsourcing in hospitals cleaning led to job cuts and downward pressure on standards that contributed to the rise of hospital-acquired infections. Serco's record in test and trace, only a year or so ago. And let's not forget the outsourcing of our own ICT department, a perfect example of absolute failure to provide a service fit for purpose. Under Section 45 of the Environment Protection Act 1990, we have a duty to collect household waste and recyclable waste. Coventry is one of the local authorities that doesn't charge the collection of garden waste. In Rugby and many of our neighbouring authorities, residents must opt in for a service if they require it and pay an annual fee. Last week in Sandham and Bexley in South East London, refuse staff employed by Serco went on strike. The council excluded from talks with Serco and trade unions, but just hoping for a resolve to the dispute. Lord Mayor, outsourcing does not protect a local authority from global, national, or even regional issues, nor does it release a local authority from its statutory duty to collect waste. There are plenty of local authorities who have thought that it does, only to end up terminating contracts with private suppliers to bring services back in-house. For the staff, the transfer can result in changes. Thank you. For the staff, the transfer can result in changes to terms and conditions, long-term existing benefits, particularly pensions, are eroded once transfer has taken place under 2P. And there is some risk the transfer of the operation of the service, vehicle and road traffic prosecutions remain with the contract. Likewise, the majority of health and safety requirements remain with the contractor. We know only too well that running a frontline service such as waste collection in-house has its challenges. However, outsourcing does not protect the local authority from these challenges. Outsourcing does not protect local authorities from a national driver shortage. All of our neighbouring authorities in the last 12 months have had to reduce their service levels at some point to account for this. The majority have suspended garden waste at some point, often more than once. And this includes all the locally outsourced services. Warwick District Council have had to move away from their curbside recyclables because of staff shortages. And outsourcing does not remove the service delivery responsibility from the local authority. Recently, the recycling plant in Stratford was destroyed by fire. The District Council were left with nowhere to take their recyclable waste, resulting in the service being suspended for several weeks. The same issue affected Warwick District, and who did they turn to help them? Coventry. Despite its growing popularity with government, outsourcing is becoming increasingly unstable, with commissioning authorities outsourcing contracts and then imposing severe spending cuts on them. And the cuts are then passed on through the form of savage attacks on staff delivering services. The government is accused of shoveling huge sums of public money to a handful of outsourcing companies without competition, rigour or accountability. The public sector has been the winner, the private sector has been the winner in the government's response to COVID-19. UK billionaires made £107 billion during the pandemic. Privatisation and outsourcing has been a failure for the public and the employees delivering the service. The UK needs a different kind of economy where health, education, police, all local services are properly funded and those that work in them are paid the decent wages they deserve. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Haddington. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And following on from Councillor Heatherton, it's very important to understand what this motion in front of us clearly is about. We've already been accused of playing party politics. I'm not being funny, but I'm pretty sure that's what I've already heard. This is a disguise purely and simply for privatisation, privatisation, privatisation. Quite simply, all this is taking public jobs and then sending it out to the pawn shop for the lowest bidder who can bring in their own private employees to do as they wish. Typically, they would be underpaid compared to our own union public sector workers and provide hopefully the same sort of work that is currently in situ. We spend a lot of time at this council talking and discussing about affordability. One of the main aspects of affordability is making a livable wage. So where is that livable wage when we do send it out to a cheaper contract? Under Coventry City Council, our ownership and stewardship of this service gives us full control of the decisions made, and it is something that I will not look to give up easily. It is an absolute disgrace that this has come across the table again. How many more times do unions and our workers have to be attacked? To put it simply, we all know that this is an attack purely and simply at the core values of what most of us believe and respect. The end goal for our waste service is to get a good collection, to be more efficient, to get a better customer service for all, to support all of the goals of reducing waste, increasing customer satisfaction, cutting down on greenhouse gases emissions, and finding that true value for the community. All of these core principles I support and this party supports. Pouring it out to a cheap alternative that only care about the value of the pound will not answer this. To quote some pop culture, and I'm not going to do as Usha suggested and sing Tina Turner, winter is coming, colleagues. I, for one, actually look forward to some of the snow, and I'm not on about the character. It's a Game of Thrones reference for the older folk. On the back of that, what people fail to understand sometimes is not only does our refuge crew deal with refuge, they do act as street gritters when the snow does come. This motion in front of us doesn't cover any of this. All it is a failed attempt to push us into a situation that we don't need. Personally, I would not want to jeopardise how we stand for such a short motion, for such a short motive to come back where we wouldn't get any goal. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Jane Mutton. Making you work today, Usha.
Never seen you run so fast. Lord Mayor, recently, whilst lying in a hospital bed after my latest heart attack, it gave me plenty of time to think. And I started thinking about Tory ideology. And I thought, has it really changed? Boris Johnson talking about his levelling up agenda, and I thought, no, I'm not buying into that. You know, it's crawled under a rock somewhere and will surface at a later date. Well, that later date is today. We've seen both locally and nationally the Tory ideology crawling out from under the rock again. Nationally, we've seen the increases in national insurance, the broken promises about the triple lock for pensioners, and by God, there's a lot of pensioners that vote who won't forget that. You know, and now locally, we see yet again the Conservative Party, thinking that public is bad, private is good. Well, I'm one of those that can remember the first council that privatised their refuse service, Southend. After 2 years, the service was so bad, they were desperate to bring it back in-house, but couldn't, because they'd sold the refuse vehicles to the contractor who refused to sell them back again. I also remember in 2010, one of the first things that myself and George Duggins did when Labour took control of the council again was to bring back in-house the IT service. Not only did we get a better service than we ever did from the private contractor, we saved £5 million per year. So please don't try and tell me that the private sector provides better services than local government ever does, because I would disagree with you. Oh yes, Patricia's already mentioned during the height of COVID, I can remember standing on my doorstep when my neighbours were applauding the bin men for coming and collecting the bins in spite of the horrible pandemic. That doesn't mean everything goes right. Patricia will be the first to say she probably got more emails from me complaining about the service, particularly for recycling. But would that have made any difference if it had been a private company? The workforce would still have been getting pinged by the NHS app and told to self-isolate. They still wouldn't have had sufficient people to do the service properly, because of the situation. So it doesn't really matter. Please don't use that as an excuse just to follow your own ideology, because it doesn't follow like that. Things can go wrong, but at least when it's a public service, all of us as councillors, can get involved. We can say to management, what the hell's going on here? We all know what happens when you do that with the private sector. You just get ignored or you get fobbed off. We have the opportunity, to make certain we can provide the best service for the people of Coventry. Under normal circumstances, George Duggins as leader would look to put an amendment to a motion rather than vote it down. This time is 100% correct. You cannot amend rubbish, and that's what this motion is. We will be voting against it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
No pun intended. I've got Councillors Ridley, Mayle, Birdie, Clifford. Lapsa? Okay. Right. Councillor Ridley?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The current situation is simply not on. This week, I've been out meeting residents to listen and to talk about the problems of missed bin collections. It's clear that in many neighbourhoods, this has been a long-term problem, and that's simply not on. Those aren't my words, those aren't Jerry's words or Matty's words, they're the words of Taiwo Watemi, that well-known hardline conservative privatisation junkie that represents Coventry North West. Now, it seems to me that when your MP is saying that we've got a problem with rubbish collections, we've got a problem with rubbish collections. We've heard a lot this afternoon about what you could call hard politics, hard ideological politics. I just want someone that's going to collect the bins. It's obvious that this is a long-term problem. It's obvious that this is something that goes beyond COVID. And the whole purpose of this motion today is to explore whether we can have something better. Does it commit us to anything? It explores it. Because we're the pragmatists in this chamber, you are the ideologists, and that's been made very, very clear time and time again. If I could just address some of the comments that have been made by some of the speakers so far, I would genuinely say, John, it's good to see you back on your feet again and making a valuable contribution. I would genuinely say that. In terms of the contribution from Councillor Heatherton, do you know what? I think I learned more about prisons in that speech than I ever did before. It wasn't so much about bins or what she's going to do to solve the problem in Coventry, but it was an excellent speech about prisons. But the truth is, we've got a serious crisis, a bins crisis in this city. They've had to pay compensation to residents because the bins haven't been collected. We've had apology after apology for missed bin collections. And I'm afraid, Lord Mayor, today they've moved from apology to apologist. We haven't heard anything about what they're going to do moving forward. And the other thing which I do find slightly interesting is that they talk about how terrible the private sector is and how awful the conditions are in the private sector. And yet you bought a private waste company. You bought one. So how can you sit there and say the conditions are so awful in the private sector and then go out and buy these private sector companies? I find it absolutely astonishing, Lord Mayor. What we've tried to do today is to put forward, as we always do, an alternative. If the people of Coventry want to go a different way, that's fine, that's their right. And do you know what? We're not even saying that privatising the bins would be the best way forward. We are saying we should be out testing the market to make sure we've got the best possible deal, because we're the party who are open to new ideas and new solutions, and you are the party that is stuck in the past.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the members on this side of the stadium know that the refuse collection in this city is in crisis. The residents of this city know that refuse collection is in crisis. The only people in this city that continue to believe that refuse collection isn't in crisis are the members of the red team opposite. Lord Mayor, it is time to consider our alternatives. Lord Mayor, this failing Labour administration's excuses for the refuse collection crisis are numerous. Is it management failure? Is it industrial unrest? Is it the pandemic? Or is it the shortage of HGV drivers? Frankly, Lord Mayor, the council tax-paying residents of Woodlands Ward are tired of excuses. Lord Mayor, the system is basic. Residents pay council tax. The local authority delivers services. Refuse collection is the most basic service that a local authority can provide to its residents. This Labour administration is failing at the most basic level. Lord Mayor, the residents of Coventry cannot endure another winter of discontent, where the annual Christmas refuse collection crisis leaves many residents with rubbish in the streets for weeks. Whilst we can acknowledge that there have been short-term difficulties associated with the pandemic, the refuse collection crisis here in Coventry is a long-term problem, as Taiwo Ateni MP highlights and reiterated by my colleague, Councillor Ridley. Lord Mayor, I would urge the Cabinet member to spend less time making videos promoting public realm works that have largely been funded by the Conservative government and combined authority Mayor Andy Street, and more time seeking a long-term resolution to the refuse collection crisis here in Coventry. Lord Mayor, it is time to test the market. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. During the pandemic times, there have been disruptions in the refuse collection service all over the city. However, I wish to bring it to the attention of your council that these portable services have had disproportionate disruption affecting Dudley Ward. In majority cases, refuse has been collected for weeks. The residents have been on to the council switchboard most of the time to register their non-collection of refuse services complaints. Beverley Port is a rural-urban mixed port with narrow roads without pavement are always seen to be lined with hundreds of refuse bins for days and days. The driveways are blocked with refuse bins and traffic must face the hazard of lack of sightline visibility due to refuse bin obstruction. Other detrimental effects are that the front gardens are many meters long and moving them to and fro is a major task, especially for the elderly. The adjacent local authority refuse services have served their constituents to a reasonable degree of satisfaction. The citizen of Coventry would also wish to see that Coventry refuse collection service is rated high standard. Therefore, my Lord Mayor, I support the motion that your council instruct the Cabinet to set in motion the process of market testing of our refuse collection services. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Birdie. Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Everybody in this room has got something in common. We're all consumers of the waste collection service. We've been invited by the opposition to vote on a non-party political basis, and I invite them to do exactly the same. If you're getting a bad service, vote for this motion. If you're not getting a bad service, vote it down. I'm a consumer, I get a good service from the bin people, and particularly during the pandemic, I don't know how they managed. I don't know how they manage in some of the streets that we've got with double parking and so forth, and I've been in places where I can't get my car up, and I don't know how they do it with the bin lorry. It's a difficult job. They do it in rain, hail or shine, and we ought to be supportive of it. Thank you.
Councillor Lapser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Mutton mentioned an ideology, and it is nice to see you, John, I genuinely mean that. And Councillor O'Boyle mentioned the 1970s. And Councillor Mayor mentioned the winter of discontent. You mentioned about the 1970s earlier. The winter of discontent, where rubbish was so high in the street, and that is your ideology, that you're looking at public services and you want to go back to that instead of market testing a failing service. Missed bins, more missed bins, missed bins again, promises, then missed bins again. Loads of emails and complaints, and missed again. And finally, a final promise, and missed again. That's exactly what happened. Sounded long-winded, didn't it? Just like you, Jim. But that's what happened in Westwood and other wards in the city. COVID-19 and the ping was blamed. Well, I must admit, it could cause a few problems, and it did. And nobody's saying it didn't. But really blaming all the bin collections on the pandemic is both offensive and downright wrong. How come services continued in other councils with very few missed bin collections? At the last council meeting, we were told there were no problems, no working to do. And then we found out via the press, while we were at the meeting, yes, there were problems that contradicted the Labour group's statements. Let us be straight about this. We know the bin collections are an important part of everyday life, as Joe mentioned. And during the pandemic, there were more and more people working at home and on furlough. It is more important to residents an efficient service. How can neighbouring councils not have our type of problems? This is why I support this motion. This is just asking for the Cabinet to set in motion the process of market testing the service. We have at times had a failing service, and we need to market test our refuse collections to ascertain if it is fit for purpose. We owe it to our residents to do this as they pay the council tax and to deserve a level of service that is efficient with a minimum of miscollections. And I'll just end there, Lord Mayor, because the red card's just about to come out.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lapser. Councillor Duggins has indicated he wishes to speak. Is there anybody else who would like to participate in the debate? Councillor A.S. Khan, anybody else? Thank you very much.
Lord Mayor, our objective is to deliver the best of services in all situations, and this is no different, colleagues. I think, as John has already said, if we have difficulties, we can deal with them. And as Patricia's already said, we're not at arm's length, as has happened in Sandwell. I don't know why and how Sandwell got themselves into the mess by where they had their refuge service in the private sector. Gary, I think, was a cabinet member in the last Conservative administration. That's going back to the dark ages now, colleagues, and we have to go way into history before that was. And why is that? Why is it? Because the people of Coventry vote Labour. That's why. That is why. But does anybody remember the winter of 2009 and 2010? Does anybody remember the wonderful Christmas arrangements? What an arrangement that was, colleagues. They started out on the Monday, collecting bins for the Tuesday. The only thing is, nobody knew about it. Nobody knew. So they were back in the depot, I think, for around about 10 o'clock. And so that went on. And then, of course, the weather deteriorated. And we had a very bad start to the new year. What happened then? The cabinet member gave out instructions to the refuge collectors, an operational instruction, which, you know, simply on this side of the house will never happen, because we understand the difference between operational and policy. And what happened? Some people were 8 weeks without any sort of collection. And then they lost the election and then they never got it back. But that's because of the way this administration has governed the city over a period of time. And it is not for nothing that in 2019 we were in line for the Council of the Year. And it won't be for nothing that we will come very close in the next few years when we put forward again. So all this baloney about us being a failed administration really is wearing very, very thin. And nobody believes it. Nobody believes it. It's a circular firing squad over there. They believe it, but nobody else does. So lovely for them. And in respect to the deputy leader, let me remind the deputy leader about the West Midlands Combined Authority. Not a single thing could happen in the West Midlands Combined Authority if the Labour Party in the West Midlands didn't want it to happen. And Andy Street is no more than a titular head in respect to the Combined Authority. If we don't want something to happen, it don't happen, colleagues. So stop the propaganda around Andy Street being all instant. Well, we couldn't, we didn't, but the point is it still remains a Labour Combined Authority, colleagues. So this is a resolution which will not offer anything in terms of improvement in services. What we are doing and put things in place, that will happen, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor A.S. Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of points. Colleagues on this side of the chamber did allude to some of the points, but I just want to make them crystal clear. I mean, the first point is that we've heard from the Conservative group that their motion has nothing to do with politics, but it clearly is
it's a naked attempt by the Tory group to try to highlight what they believe are inefficiencies in Labour group policies or our administration, when there in fact is nothing, or that is far from the truth. It's also clear that this is a prelude to privatisation, something which people with the ideology of the Conservatives support. Perhaps they've got friends who might come forward, I don't know. But what I want to say and make absolutely clear today, to reiterate and reinforce what my colleagues have said, this side of the chamber, the Labour group, value all of the workforce at Whitley Depot. We acknowledge that they provide a vital service. There may be deficiencies at times, but by and large, the service is provided, and we do value the work they do every day. The challenge is that sometimes they face in not being able to get access to roads, people not leaving their bins out. They're not being discussed, but they're real life issues. We also want to thank them for their continued efforts in providing a waste collection service for all of the residents of Coventry. And whilst colleagues were speaking, whilst the leader was speaking, I heard murmurs coming from the Tory group saying, well, the people of Bablake, Sherborne, Charles Moore worry about it. Well, the fact is, it's not only councillors, colleagues, which represent Tory areas that are concerned, it's councillors from all of the wards. We're in this together as a city, and I can tell you, in Folesall, there have been issues, but people understand the issues. They haven't tried to play politics with our workforce, and we won't do that on this side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Blundell.
Yes, well, as said before, I wasn't going to make a contribution to this, but having listened to some of the contributions from the side opposite, I really do feel that it's time to try to put the record straight. I heard the Labour group are not involved in operational decisions. Absolute poppycock. They're involved in every single operational decision, and we all know this. Why would they want to have directors on the boards of the companies, on the subsidiary companies of Coventry City Council, if they weren't involved in operational decisions? And I know there have been occasions when they definitely have. So that doesn't wash with me. Secondly, market testing. Well, it might be, and I have to say that in Wainbody we've had exemplary collection service from the refuse collection in Coventry. It may well be that Coventry City Council's own refuge collection, actually, after market testing, does come out to be the best. So what are they frightened about? Why are the opposition so worried? It is not a way for us to try and put privatisation in. Far from it. It's to ensure that we are getting best value for money. And market testing, unless you never actually market yourself, unless you actually never judge yourself against a standard, you're never going to know. So I'm going to finish my contribution there, but I thought it just important to say, A, that you guys always get involved in operational decisions. I know you do, we all know you do, you know you all do. And secondly, nothing to be worried about market testing if the Coventry City Council's refuse collection service gives the best value for money. So what is the problem? If you are really seriously concerned, then vote for this motion, go to the market, do the market testing, and it may well be that your own refuge, Coventry City Council's refuge collection comes out as the best value for money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blundell. Councillor Lepoideman, do you wish to exercise your right to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The current service is not as efficient and effective as neighbouring councils. Missed bins lead to public health problems, increases in fly tipping. How Councillor Duggins can refer to an issue that happened 11 years ago. This is not dealing with the current issue. I know there are residents in Woodlands Ward who are unhappy with the service. The issues with the bins has been going on long before COVID. In fact, I would say Coventry bin collections have a problem during every bank holiday. And unlike neighbouring Warwickshire, who offer an excellent service to their residents, on Woodlands Ward, over the years, there have been many problems. From the flats in Nod Rise, recently Unicorn Lane and Upper Eastern Green Lane. Our residents pay a lot in council tax and deserve an efficient and effective service. I have been informed that the only days Warwickshire do not collect are Christmas Day and Sundays. During the snow last year, there is a divide in Burton Green between Coventry and Warwickshire. This brought to light that Warwickshire worked during this time while Coventry stopped. Surely the people of Coventry deserve an efficient and effective service for the council tax that they pay. This council must test the market and ensure that we find the best way of delivering this service for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Napoleon. Councillor Heaven, do you wish to close the debate?
Don't know where to start. I mean, I'm really disappointed, and listening to the cabinet member for city services, I thought it was very premature of her for not actually reading the motion to say is testing the market, not privatisation, so testing the market. Just on the note of what Councillor Khan said is that we know there has been deficiency at times, is an underestimation of what's been going on. It's a little bit more than at times. Right, why we're asking for testing the market is that's the only way we'll know that we are going to be providing a value for money and a service. But just to listen, and Councillor Mutton made a really valid point. He said, if we privatise it, we've got no influence over it, but if it's public, then we can get involved, and if there's a problem, we can fix it. That made me think it's because you're involved, and that's why we have a problem in the first place, otherwise we wouldn't be in this stage. Maybe that's a thought that you could really review. So we need to really review this to say that when we look at it, it's the current issue. It's like having a pandemic but not dealing with it and then looking at what happened 50 years ago. That's not going to give us a solution. Let's just focus on the issue that we have. We have an issue with our missed bin collection. Regardless of a pandemic, it's going on for many years. And we can't be continuing to be in denial. A very basic council service that we need to provide for our residents. That's all we're asking. By saying that there is no problem is absolute in denial. So, testing the market, I believe, is a positive way forward. It can open up new opportunities for us and actually find out through that how we can best practice. And maybe we can use the internal service as part of the bid against it or for it. On that note, Lord Mayor, I would like to say that please review it and accept this motion so actually we can move forward and provide a very basic service for our residents in Coventry. And that is making sure that the refuse service is working. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaven. I now call for a vote on the debate.
Do we have a name vote?
Okay. Is that agreed? Yeah. And the monitoring officer.
Thank you. In relation to debate 17.2, for, against or abstain. Councillor N. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor P. Akhtar.
Against.
Councillor N. Ali.
Against.
Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bigham.
Against.
Councillor Verdi. Councillor Blundell. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Clifford.
Against.
Councillor Duggins.
Against.
Councillor Gittins. Councillor Harvard.
Against.
Councillor Heaven. Councillor Heatherton.
Against.
Councillor Hopkins.
Against.
Councillor Innes.
Against.
Councillor Jandu. Councillor Keogh. Councillor Acorn. Councillor T. Khan. Councillor Lacker.
Against.
Councillor Lancaster. Councillor Lapsar. Councillor Podman. Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Lucas. Councillor Mayo. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mosterman. Councillor Jane Mutton.
Against.
Councillor M. Mutton. Councillor Nazia. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Ridley. Councillor Sandu. Councillor Seaman. Councillor Simpson. Councillor Arsing. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Tucker. Councillor Welsh. Lord Mayor.
Against. Okay. 30 against, 12 for. That concludes today's business, the public business at least. Can I say thank you again to CBS Arena for enabling us to use the facilities here. Reflecting, I think the sound system was very good. I could actually hear, and thank you for that. And I hope, Mr. West, that we will have a similar sort of system in the council chamber, which reminds me that we will be here, back here, for the October meeting. And I sincerely hope that we will be back in our home, the council chamber, after that. So with that, I would like to thank the members of the public who have had the patience and the stamina for joining us this afternoon. And we will now pause, we will now wait and pause the live stream before concluding our business.